Good morning, this is Matthew Pearson. I'd like to welcome you to the 3rd National Healthcare Conference. I know you're going to have an amazing time together, although we would have liked this to have been in person, but you're going to be empowered, enriched, you're going to get to connect with different people, to be inspired. And right now, we just pray that the Lord God Almighty will bless this meeting. This will be a time where you will make amazing connections, you will learn new information, you will be empowered, you will find that your journey to become an even better practitioner is really kick-started. And Lord, we just ask all these things in the mighty name of Jesus. And right now I'm going to hand you over to Tim.
Yes, thank you, Matthew. I would like to start away with the Lord's Prayer. Let's humble ourselves for prayer. Dear Lord, we have convened for this 3rd conference webinar today to deliberate on nursing legacy and leadership. Guide our hearts and our minds in the spirit of fairness, right thought and speech. Impact your supreme wisdom on our fruitful discussions on the aim of raising the profile of nursing and leadership so that it reaches a successful conclusion. Thank you for being our source of guidance today, Lord. We pray in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. So right straight away, I would like to play the nation's anthem, Uganda's anthem. Then next would go right to the nursing and midwifery anthem.
Okay.
We have been chosen.
We have been chosen.
Chosen by God.
Chosen by God.
Chosen to be nurses.
Chosen to be nurses. Our holy people to love and serve. We have been chosen. We have been chosen. Chosen by God. Chosen by God. Chosen to be nurses. Chosen to be nurses. Our holy people to love and serve. Come on, nurses, to the God of true salvation, to the Spirit that makes our lives new. Come on, nurses, to love and serve. We have been chosen. We have been chosen. Chosen by God. Chosen by chosen to be midwives, chosen to be midwives, a holy people to love and serve. We have been chosen, we have been chosen, chosen by God, chosen by God, chosen to be midwives, chosen to be midwives, a holy people to love and serve. Come on, midwives, to the God of true salvation, to the Spirit that makes our lives new. Come on, midwives, to love and serve. We have been chosen, we have been chosen, chosen by God, chosen by God, chosen to be nurses, chosen to be nurses, a holy people to love and serve.
Is somebody on mute?
Yes, apologies, I'm on mute. And good morning, everyone. If there's anyone on the call who is on the afternoon time, good afternoon, everyone, depending where you are, or good evening. All protocols observed. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Pearson, founding chair of the National Healthcare Conference, Uganda, the knowledge sharing platform for nurses and midwives, and co-founder and president of the Uganda Nurses and Midwives Association, UK. I have been privileged to work both in the NHS and the private sector and the third sector. NHCC 2021 returns as a hybrid event that combines in-person on-site attendance with a newly digital experience. As we mark the beginning of what is probably going to be the new normal, and we continue to face challenges, we hope that this opportunity will continue presenting for us. The outbreak of the current pandemic, the associated lockdowns, and the related economic turndown has had a severe impact on our healthcare. However, with the support of the Bardet Trust of Nursing, who continue to support the nurse-led projects like this one, we are confident that our comprehensive hybrid program will deliver knowledge-rich webinar conference for you that supports learning and development. This platform offers many exciting opportunities, and we hope you'll be able to continue joining us as we face the challenges of the new decade. Welcome back to our long-term participants. Sister Nasuna, I see you joined us really early. Thank you very much. We look forward to encouraging also the new participants. If you're interested in global healthcare development, please consider joining our volunteering team as we continue to endeavor to foster knowledge sharing across our rich, resourceful African continent. We are so glad that we have 12 clusters of colleagues across the country in Uganda logged in to learn together. We have Masaka, Mbarara, Mbale, Arua, we have Hoima, we have Hot Poto, we have Iganga. We also have the military joining us. So looking forward to seeing their beautiful uniforms. As you can see, nursing really provides that diversity. About this webinar, although nursing is one of the most essential and trusted professions in the world, as seen during the pandemic, we are essential workers. However, we still struggle to convey the contribution we make in improving nations' health and well-being. We have seen how governments across the globe struggle to balance the books when it comes to nurses and midwives. I wonder why. But we thank our leaders who continue to advocate for nursing salary and pay scales that should be commensurate with the different professional roles to create an attractive and worthwhile profession for our new generation. This apparent lack of value causes a continuous struggle to attract enough people to consider nursing as a career. So how does this new generation step up into these big shoes so that we can walk where our pioneers walked? And when we talk about legacy, what does this really mean? Is it about sharing that knowledge and the experiences? Is it about learning together, like the digital environment that we are all faced in? So we look forward to hearing from our leaders through their journeys and their leadership journeys. We look to this is a slide I put here to ask yourselves if anyone has heard of a lady called Mary Seacole. So many times we feel small and inferior. And as I've listened to some of our leaders, you find that you have to find your why. Why do you travel thousands of miles like myself to pursue a career in nursing in a foreign land? Why do you choose a career where you have to jump on a border and go out to the community to reach out? There is power in your why. So if you find your why, you will find the way to ignite your flame. So the learned experiences of our mentors will guide us, hopefully, on where we want to go. We need to learn how to cultivate those experiences from our colleagues across the African continent and find ways of creating our own literature bank so that we can reference each other's work relevant to our own African settings. For instance, I have met nurses who are working tremendously in Malawi. I have met nurses who are working in Kenya, Zambia, Zimbabwe. We need to find out how can we cultivate that resourceful information that applies to our African continent. And the current pandemic has given us this opportunity. How do we learn to harness those experiences as evident in this webinar? We will be hearing from different colleagues across the continent. So we need to empower ourselves with those skills, those competencies, and those tools to be able to manage care. If you remember, if we look after each other and look after ourselves, we'll be able to look after our patients in the hospitals and in the communities. And so if you're asking yourself, why am I here today? Well, we've got 2 days together. So please make use of the leaders who have kindly availed themselves to share their experiences and knowledge with us. We have among them our very first lecturers for the degree program at Makerere University. Hopefully we'll be recognizing that achievement, that pioneering. We have the first palliative care nurse in Uganda, and one of the very, very first national healthcare workers. She has worked for the NHS since 1970. So seeing so many changes through the journey, but still striving to carry on. We hope that you'll be able to get some knowledge, some skills, again, that experience, and also leadership, the leadership journey. What is your leadership journey looking like? But also we hope that it is also a networking event where the chat box is available. Feel free to reach out to the panelists and those who are attending. So I appreciate the Bardet Trust of Nursing for this innovation of raising the profile of nurses globally. It has given us a voice and creates opportunities for innovative nurse-led projects like this one. More support should be given to such programs. So please make sure you tune in all the time. We will have breakout sessions where our moderators will guide our thoughts on what we'll have heard and what we can take away from our leaders. I hand over now to the moderator, but thank you very much, and I hope we can continue learning together. One question, as you're listening today, when was the first enrolled program introduced in Uganda? Thank you very much, and stay tuned.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. It's been such an honor. Hello.
Hello, hi Maria, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you for the opportunity. I've been delighted to learn from all this. What has stood out for me in particular is the fact that you spell out nurses working tremendously in different countries, which for me, I think it's an opportunity for all of us to come up as nurses and fight for our rights, fight to see that the profession is out there for everyone to enjoy, to serve and love with dignity, but also to be able to come up to the rest of the world as a generation of professionals that are delighted, that are bringing to the workplace things beyond just our career, beyond survival, but also enhance youth that are able to serve, that are able to be an example to the rest of the world. A few things have stood out for me, which before we get into the breakout rooms, I would like to ask from the rest of us. How do we enhance this empowerment with skills like Elizabeth has told us? How do we look after each other as members of this divine profession? I look at nursing as a divine profession because I feel like it is our chance to share in God's capacity to heal. We are healers because we are nurses. We are healers because we bring hope to the sick. And this is the work that the Mighty Father does for us. So as we get into the breakout rooms, we are going to discuss when was the first enrolled program of nurses brought to Hello.
Yes, hi Maria.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
I think you're introducing Lisa Rodriguez.
So the next person we have on the program Lisa, are you on the line?
Yes, she is.
Sorry, my network is quite troublesome. So our next program will be Legacy and Leadership in Nursing. It's going to be spearheaded by our Vice Chairperson of Mary Sickle Trust, Miss Lisa Rodriguez. Welcome on board, Miss Lisa.
I'll just introduce Lisa. Thank you so much, Maria. Lisa, I've had a privilege to only meet her online, through emails, and for the very first time met her in our debrief yesterday. Lisa is a writer, is a coach, and a mental health campaigner. She joined the NHS in 1973. That is a few years now. She was a nurse and health visitor for the first half of her career and a manager for the later half, including 13 years as a trust chief executive. During this time, she developed a deep awareness of racism, sexism, and other inequalities within the NHS, reflective of the wider society as well. She did her best to tackle this. And in 2012, she was awarded a CBE for the services to the NHS. For those of you who don't know, that is a Commander-in-Chief award from the British Empire, from the Queen herself. She retired in 2014 and now devotes her time to help others to be the best that they can be. She coaches new managers, so there you go, if you need a mentor. She coaches clinicians and executives and mentors those from vast backgrounds. Apologies. She understands the stigma surrounding stigma to reduce the negativity associated with mental health illness. And I think with COVID, as we have seen, we are now trying to understand how to live with the long-term effects of COVID. Her vision for the Mary Sickle Trust, where she's vice chairperson, is to use Mary's legacy to promote achievement of people of all ages, genders, and backgrounds. Thank you very much, Lisa, for joining us. I'm looking forward to hearing more about Mary Sickle's legacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I wonder if you can give me screen sharing rights and also allow me to put my video on. Would that be okay? So I can start.
Yes, please. You should be able to now.
Yeah. Oh, good. That's it. I can see myself. And will I be able to? I'll be able to share my screen. Will I? How do I do that? Let's just see full screen. I can't see where I can share the screen. That's the only thing. Okay.
Is the green button at the bottom there?
Oh, yes, it has just appeared. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go. Let's hope that's gonna, can you see that?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, I'm not fantastic with Zoom, but I think I'm going to be able to do this. There we go, start the slideshow. There we are. Thank you very much indeed. Well, good morning, everybody. And thank you so much for inviting me to speak about a subject very, very close to my heart, Mary Sickle, and her relevance to all of you today. I'm going to share a presentation that's one that we've used before, but it's particularly relevant to you this morning. So it's been made for this presentation, and I'm just delighted to be talking to you early this morning in the UK and a couple of hours later over in Uganda. I'm going to talk about Mary Sickle, who is really a role model to me. Her legacy and her leadership for nursing, both at the time that she was alive and in the future. So if I can just, how do I click onto my next slide? That's the only thing I'm not sure about. Let's just see.
I think if you click on the, yes,
Yeah,
that's
I've got it. Thank you, Elizabeth. You're lovely. Elizabeth, you're so reassuring. Thank you so much. That was really nice. Thank you. So yes, I'm going to talk to you about Mary's history. Now, some of you will know the story of Mary Seacole very well. For those of you that know her story, I'm sorry, this is going to be a recap. But for those of you who've never heard of Mary before, I hope what I will do is explain why it is that we went to all the trouble of creating a beautiful statue to this nurse from the previous century. I'm particularly going to talk to you about what she did in the Crimea, which was a war that was a long time ago, but still has relevance today. I'm going to talk about her beautiful statue, and I'm going to talk about her legacy to nurses everywhere, including to myself. And I think we're going to have a chance to have some discussion later, because I think I'm going to be joining you on a panel a bit later on this morning. Okay, so Mary wrote a wonderful book. It's called The Wonderful Adventures of Mrs. Seacole in Many Lands. It was published when she came back from the Crimea in 1857. I'm just going to quote from it for you. It was very natural that I should inherit her tastes. She's talking about her mother here. And so I had from early youth a yearning for medical knowledge and practice which never deserted me. And I was very young when I began to make use of the little knowledge I'd acquired from watching my mother upon great sufferer, my doll, and whatever disease was most prevalent in Kingston, be sure my poor doll soon contracted it. So this was Mary living in Kingston, Jamaica, in a house or a hall that doesn't exist anymore, but we know the site of it. And Mary talking about how from a very young age, she felt herself to be a nurse. And I think for many of us here today who are nurses, it's often the case that we might have felt that we were nurses from a very young age. In my case, it wasn't dolls, it was animals that I used to minister to, sometimes to their great suffering. Didn't make them better, but I used to try to help them in my own way. Now, this is Mary's timeline. Sorry, this is a very busy slide, but I just want to take you through Mary's life. So she was born Mary Jane Grant, we think on the 23rd of November, 1805. We haven't got absolute certainty this was her birth date, but it was around about that time she was born. She was born to, her mother was Mrs. Grant. She was a skilled doctress and free woman. And if you don't know what that means, she had been born a slave and then was freed. So we're talking about Jamaica back in the 1800s. In those days, many people had been brought from the continent of Africa, particularly the western side of Africa, in awful ships, and if they'd survived the journey, they were then enslaved when they arrived in Jamaica or other Caribbean islands or the United States, and made to work in sugar plantations and cotton fields and so on. And this was how Mary's history occurred. Mrs. Grant had taken the name Grant, but she wasn't, I think, actually married to Mary's father. He went back to England. So he was Scotland, sorry. He was a Scottish man. He was white. Mrs. Grant was black. And so Mary was mixed race, we understand. Now, she, like many people in Jamaica, was fascinated by the UK. So she came to England at the age of 12 in 1817 and stayed for a year with her relatives there. That was Mrs. Grant's relatives. And again, in 1821, age 16, this time she came for 2 years. Now, just to say, back in those days when you went back and forth from the UK to Jamaica, it was a massive, massive journey. You know, the ships were under steam, and it took 3 or 4 weeks. And it was an extremely difficult experience. So the fact that she traveled so much as a young person suggests that she was very interested in voyaging around the world. And then after that, in her early 20s, she visited Cuba and Haiti and the Bahamas. So she traveled around the Caribbean, and those two would have been extremely demanding journeys. Then she went back to Jamaica to nurse her patroness. So this was an older lady. It wasn't her mother. It was another person who was involved in healthcare. And she learnt many of her skills from this older lady. And she nursed her while she was dying. And at that time, she met a young man called Edwin Seacole. He was a British naval officer. And they moved to another part of Jamaica in 1936. But Edwin Seacole, who is reputed to be an illegitimate son of Admiral Lord Nelson, and we don't know that for certain, wasn't a very healthy man. He grew ill, and in 1844 they went back to Blundell Hall in Kingston, and he died there. And the same year Mrs. Grant, Mary's mother, died, so she lost her husband and her mother within a few months of one another, and she was bereft. And I think life was a bit of a struggle for her at that time. Then in 1851, so now she's not a young woman anymore. She hasn't had any children of her own, but she's very good at caring for other people's children. She goes to visit her brother, and she nurses people with cholera in Panama, including British soldiers who were based there. Back to Jamaica again, and then the Crimean War started. And this was a war, I'm not going to go into all the details of it, but it was a skirmish a long way away from where she lived. It was right over the other side of Europe, on the edge of Turkey and Russia. And she wanted to come to the UK and be part of the British contingent of nurses who were going and caring for the soldiers who were dying of terrible wounds. This was a hand-to-hand combat type war before we had bombs or really very good cannons. So people were dying face to face with one another, either of their wounds or afterwards of dreadful infections. She wanted to come and to help the British effort, but she was turned down. So in the end, she sailed to the UK under her own costs. And then she made 5 attempts to get to the Crimea, and she was turned down. And really, this is an example, if you read her book and you read the stories of the time, of people looking down on her because, yes, she was a woman. Yes, she was a nurse, and people didn't think very highly of women or nurses in those days, but also she was considered to be black, and she was considered to be of low birth, of lower class. And so she was turned down. So in the end, she paid to get herself there herself. And in early 1855, she set up the British Hotel with a man called Thomas Day. And she cared for British servicemen, particularly officers at the hotel. And then she went behind the lines and cared for the soldiers, and they called her Mother Seacole, and she nursed many, many dying soldiers. If you can imagine what it would have been like, they were 17, 18, 19, calling for their mothers as they died of their wounds, and she would be there with them, offering them what treatment she could, but most of all her love and support, and would look after them while they were dying. And she was greatly loved for this. She spent all her money while she was out there. So when she came back to London at the end of the war in 1856, she was destitute. But she was very, very well thought of. And we hear that there were at least 1, if not 2 events with up to 80,000 people attending on the banks of the River Thames. We can see this in the Times newspaper, including Queen Victoria. People thought very highly of her. Eventually, she worked in London. She died age 77 in 1882. So she lived a long life for a woman of not of high class in those days, and made huge difference to thousands of people. Now, you will know of Florence Nightingale. We're all nurses, and we've all heard of Florence Nightingale. And of course, the Crimean War, people think of Florence Nightingale being there, the Lady of the Lamp. In fact, Florence Nightingale learnt many of her skills during the Crimean War, including how not to look after people and how to be concerned about infection and infection control. Less is known of Mary Seacole. And, you know, there is a controversy between all of this. And I just want to raise this controversy. So first of all, you know, Mary's family background and class meant that people didn't think she should have a right to nurse alongside people like Florence Nightingale. Was she even really a nurse? People ask. They still ask this question. Was she black or was she white? Well, actually, she was mixed race. She was neither one nor the other, as so many of us are. We don't have a straightforward background where everybody in our family comes from the same place and came from the same place for thousands of years. But people criticize her for that, as though that was something that she could make a difference to. Did she really make a difference in the Crimea? People ask this question. And then there's this whole notion of a perceived conflict with Florence Nightingale, which is, in our considered opinion at the Mary Seacole Trust, rubbish, because they only met once or twice, and really they weren't in conflict with one another at all. They were working alongside one another. They had the same aims. But if you like, Mary Seacole was a frontline nurse, and Florence Nightingale was much more of a leader, a manager. But Mary was leading too. She was just leading by doing. Was she a businesswoman? Did she make money? This was a question that people were asking very much about her at the British Hotel. How dare she charge people? Well, she had to charge people because she had to pay for the things that she bought. You know, back in those days, the army were fed on the days that they fought, but on the other days, they weren't given any food. So they would go off looting. She was creating an opportunity for people to come and use their money to buy things so that she could then buy support for the soldiers she was caring for on the front line. So she made some money, but she reinvested that money. And the fact that she came back to the UK bankrupt meant that she certainly spent all that she made and more. I think there's really this final point though. Who did she think she was? You know, people don't like her or didn't like her because she didn't take no for an answer, and she made something of herself. And I think she is inspiring for that reason. But the criticism of her continues to this day. And just very recently, when we were launching the Mary Seacole Fellowship, jointly with the Florence Nightingale Foundation, who are our partners in this venture. And it's a fantastic programme that we're offering. We've got our first cohort of 12 fellows who've just started, and I'm mentoring one or two of them. It's fascinating to hear the projects that they're doing. But we've had criticism from people saying, how dare you call a programme Mary Seacole under the aegis of the Florence Nightingale Foundation. You know, really quite shocking, people's misunderstanding, willful misunderstanding of Mary Seacole and what she stood for. So this is the kind of picture that we have of the time. This is the British Hotel, and perhaps because it looks a bit like a shop, it makes people think that she was making money, but she wasn't. She was just running things properly and had things in good order. And would you not expect to do that if you're serving people food and drink and you want it to be a safe place for them to come to? So just a little bit about the Crimea, really. The London Gazette featured a notice petitioning for bankruptcy proceedings for Mary and Thomas Day, her partner. There were lots of letters from people, including Captain Hussey Fane Keane, who fought in the Crimea, Major General Lord Rokeby, and Sir William Howard, who was the correspondent for the Times. And Punch magazine had a fund where they were writing a poem to the tune of Old King Cole. She published her book, but I love this quote. I trust that England will not forget one who nursed her sick, who sought out her wounded, to succour them, who performed the last offices for some of her illustrious dead. This was Sir William Russell, the Crimean correspondent of the Times newspaper, 1957. Mary was very, very well thought of at the time. I find this very moving. This is the last known image of Mary. This was a visiting card that she had created for herself in 1873. So, you know, we're now talking about her as an older lady, a little bit older than I am now. She's created a military style uniform for herself, which we think she designed for herself. She's put a backdrop of a wide valley behind herself, which is really to evoke the Crimea. She's sitting beside a tent and a table full of medicine bottles with a camp stool. She's commissioned this scene herself, I think, to really make sense of her past. And we think that the Crimea, the 16 months that she spent in the Crimea, not only made sense of everything she'd done before, but also it helped to shape her future. And it proved to Mary she was a useful person, born to succeed and be an independent woman. And isn't that what all of us as independent women would want? We want to be useful. We want to succeed, not for ourselves, but for others. And we want to be independent. So this is Mary's legacy. So Mary died, as I said, in London, 1881. She was then forgotten. She was lost to history for around 100 years. some wonderful people, including some nurses from the Caribbean, visited her grave in Willesden Cemetery in northwest London. And the local MP, who's now Lord Clive Soley in the House of Lords, but he was just Clive Soley back in those days, they went to meet him and they said, you know, there's this wonderful nurse who's buried and her grave has disappeared. What can we do about it? And he said, well, I'll help you raise money to get the grave fixed up, but I'll also help you raise money for a statue for Mary. Now, Clive, if he were here today, would tell you that he thought that creating a statue for Mary would take maybe 2-3 years, something like that. Actually, it was a 15-year campaign. And there were many moments, including quite latterly in the campaign, when we thought we'd never, ever get there. So when we finally unveiled that beautiful statue, it was a very, very moving moment. So he launched the campaign for a statue after he left the House of Commons and went to the House of Lords, and eventually it was unveiled in 2016 in the grounds of St Thomas's Hospital on London South Bank, facing directly to the Houses of Parliament. And this is the launch day. And I have to say, it was probably one of the best days of my life. It was absolutely amazing. For a person who identifies as white, actually I have a mixed heritage myself, Jewish and Anglo-Indian, but anyway, who identifies as white, to be amongst so many people of African and Afro-Caribbean backgrounds was just utterly amazing. This 3-meter high statue of this beautiful woman, and she's not a young woman, she's a mature woman, standing there facing into the wind with her clothes swirling around her. It was an amazing day, and we were just so pleased to see the statue. It was a statue designed for us by a wonderful designer called sculptor called Martin Jennings. He won the competition to make the statue. It was created by Pangolin Designs. The circle of stone behind the statue, which you can see there in the photograph, is made to look like the ground in the Crimea. Martin actually went to the Crimea when you could still go there. It's a bit difficult now because it's war-torn again. To create the ground. He also found some pieces of bottle, which we think might have been bottles that were used in the hotel. And there's Mary in front of it. And I don't know if you can see, but the foot that is forward in the statue, which is her left foot, so she's stepping forward. It's only been there a few months when this photo was taken. It's now been there 5 years. It's already a little shiny. And what happens with statues is that people go to the statue and they touch different parts of the statue. And this foot is the part that children touch, and it's become very shiny. And we find that almost every day there are flowers around the statue because people go to look at the statue, but particularly children seem to really love her beautiful face. She has a kind face. Martin has depicted her hatless, apparently at that time in the 1850s. So this is a statue of Mary at the time when she was in the Crimea. A woman would never appear, a woman of her age and her status would never appear without a hat. It would be considered reckless and possibly even a little bit rude to appear without a hat, but he decided to depict her hatless, partly so he could show her beautiful braided hair, but also because it shows defiance. She's striding forward, she's got her satchel over her, she's carrying her herbs, she's holding her skirts up, lifting them out of the mud, and the wind is blowing her and she's walking into the wind. And on difficult days I think of her doing that, and I think, well, if she could do that, I can get on and do whatever it is that I've got to do that's a little bit difficult, including giving a talk to people when I can't see you, which is a really hard thing, but I hope you can all hear me. I'm getting there. This is a picture of Trevor on the right of the screen as you look at it, and Jermaine and Karen, who are 3 of our trustees. Trevor is our chair, with the chair of the Mary Seacole Association at Mary's grave. So before he helped put up the statue, Clive Soley, when he was still just Clive Soley MP, supported the association to raise money to create a better gravestone to Mary Seacole. So this is her gravestone now. In fact, it's beginning to fall apart a bit, and we need to do a little bit of work with them to help them to get it fixed up. But this was at the anniversary of her death 2 years ago. So just talking about Mary's relevance today. So Mary really helped to create the profession of nursing. People didn't use the word nurse in the 1800s when she was born. They talked about doctoring. Some people talked about nursing, but they didn't really use the word nurse. And so when people say, was Mary really a nurse? Well, we didn't have nurses in those days. But the profession really grew out of supporting soldiers in war. And what we learn from Mary is that nursing is as much about care and support for the dying as it is for the living. And when I talk about the living, it's as much about helping people to live healthy lives, or as healthy lives as they can, as it is about doing life-saving surgery. That's a tiny, tiny part of nursing. Nursing is about working in communities with people. So Mary was a role model. As I say, she was mixed race, she was a woman, and she was of a lower class. She was also really a great role model for people who are worried about the future, because she never gave up. And recently with coronavirus, all over the world, we've been able to think about Mary and the contribution that she made. She's also an entrepreneur, and I don't think we should be frightened of that. You have to be entrepreneurial sometimes. You have to find new opportunities. You have to create ways of paying for things and making things that are different from the way that we used to do those things. And if we don't do that, if we always stick with the old ways, nothing will ever change. Mary was not frightened of new. But at the same time, as I said earlier, she also saw nursing as a vocation. It was something she was born to. And I don't think we have to create an unhelpful dichotomy between nursing being a profession or a vocation. My personal feeling is it can be both. You have to have a calling for it, but you've got to be a profession as well. Is that okay? Yeah, I'll continue. Just a few more slides, and then I'll be done. So at the Florence Nightingale Museum, we've created a lasting exhibit to Mary Seacole, so much more information about her and what happened. And that's a photograph. I just wanted to show you the photograph in the middle. So that on the right, sitting down, is Lord Soley. So he's the person who said, I'm going to raise the money. And sitting down on the left, smiling with his face in his hands, that's Martin Jennings. He's the sculptor, and he's a huge friend of the Mary Seacole Trust. And then on the left in the photograph, in the middle is Dawn Hill, who's our life president of the association. She's been part of raising money right from the very beginning. And other two ladies are also very important to us. They're trustees as well. Okay. Now, we're very keen to work with young people. You know, old people like me can talk to other older people like me, and that's great. But we have some young Seacole ambassadors, and we work with them. So on the left is a photograph of Trevor and myself hearing from some of our young ambassadors who are telling us really what we can do to help children. And they helped us to create, sorry, it's not a very good photograph, but they helped us to create a wonderful competition, which we ran 2 years ago, and we're going to be running again as soon as we can after COVID, with school children to nominate their modern day Mary Seacole. And it's fascinating to hear from young people who they see as their modern day Mary Seacole. Also, just before COVID, and literally just before COVID, I made my first trip, hasten to add at my own expense. The Mary Seacole Trust couldn't possibly pay for this kind of thing. We're a very small charity. But I went with Trevor to Kingston, Jamaica, to Mary's birthplace, and met people who were celebrating Mary there. We got back just as the pandemic started on the 10th of March, 2020. But there we are with some school children, and the Minister for Education for Jamaica on the right-hand side in that photograph. And then there's the audience that we met in Kingston, Jamaica. We talked about Mary together for a wonderful morning. And we also, well, we were on television, so that's a screenshot of us on television. Why I'm wearing a hat on television, I can't imagine. And then we went to visit the Army, and they have a centre because they care very much about Mary Seacole. And we visited some schools of nursing because we want to inspire young people. That's one of our aims in the Mary Seacole Trust, and it's thrilling that we've now partnered, as I mentioned before, with the Florence Nightingale Foundation, and we have a programme for nurses to be Mary Seacole Fellows. It's absolutely fantastic, supported by Health Education England, who've run this programme for some years, but really wanted to raise the profile of it. So we took over running it with the Florence Nightingale Foundation this year. We also are involved in other leadership awards and programmes, including working with the Nursing Times. And later on this year, you will be able to go to the cinema or draw down on Netflix or something. I'm not quite sure yet how it's going to be. Seacole the movie, it's called. This is the guy who is backing the movie. He's just bought this little statuette of Mary Seacole. Interestingly, we saw a matching one in Kingston, Jamaica, and I think there's one in the Black Cultural Archives, and this is one that appeared from somebody's private collection, and he spent a lot of money buying it. Yeah, so we're very excited to be part of Seacole the movie. We've seen some rushes from it, and it really is fantastic. The only thing I would say is maybe it's a little bit glamorous compared with how things might have been, but you'll have to see when you go to watch it. Mary Seacole's name is being reminded to us in other ways too. So around the UK, we have Seacole centres now opening up for people who've got long COVID. So this is where people who've got the long-term effects either of being in intensive care or just the long-term effects of the coronavirus. And this is the first of those centres, and we were part of opening that. And then I just want to say something about Black Lives Matter, because if Mary were alive today, she would definitely be getting down off her statue, as this little cartoon demonstrates, and taking the knee with the young black and white footballers who play for England and who've been so criticised for doing this. Black lives really do matter. If you want to read our statement about Black Lives Matter, that's the link to it there, and I think that can be shared in the chat in a moment. Yeah, Mary would be horrified to hear that people think that Black lives don't matter. They do matter. They really do matter. So just a little bit about what Mary means to me, and then I'll finish. So I started the NHS in 1973, so I'm pretty old myself, actually. And when I started in the NHS, it was fascinating to me that there were many Black people who worked in the NHS in those days. Many of them had come over on the Windrush ships from Jamaica and other Caribbean islands, but they tended to be working in the less high-profile positions. I did a very prestigious nursing training at the Hospital for Sick Children, Great Ormond Street. There were 47 of us on my course, and every single one of us was white. Actually, we were all female as well. But there were Black nurses, but they tended to be doing an enrolled nurse training. It was considered to be more appropriate. And they were working in the canteens, and they were cleaning the floors, and they were doing the less glamorous jobs. Now that has changed, of course, in the NHS, but still the NHS is a very white, very male place. And so one of the things that I've done throughout my career is try to improve that. Whether I've left it any better than it was when I started, I'm not too sure, but it's something I will continue to campaign to do. And that's why I'm the Vice Chair of the Mary Seacole Trust. Mary also reminded us about care and support for people who are dying and living, and that people live in their own communities. And that's why I went from hospital nursing very quickly to becoming a health visitor, because I wanted to work where people lived. I wanted to work in the places that they were, alongside them in the way they wanted to live, rather than taking them into hospitals, where you sometimes have to be, admittedly, but community is where it's at as far as I'm concerned. Mary was a role model for any of us who are thinking that there are glass ceilings, and there are glass ceilings for people like me, but even more so for people who are Black or brown. She said, don't accept them. And I agree with her. Absolutely, don't accept them. Keep on pushing, but also look for people to stand alongside you. So I see myself as a white ally of my Black and my brown colleagues. And I think we've all got to push together. We've got to link arms. We've got to make things better so that people get to places based on their ability, not on who they are or what they look like. I mentioned before being an entrepreneur. We've got to be entrepreneurs. You've got to try new things. If you don't try new things, how will you know whether they will or they won't work? And I do believe, as I said earlier, nursing is a vocation. It was for me. Most of all, though, what Mary means to me is that on difficult days, and I do have difficult days sometimes, I suffer occasionally from anxiety and depression, and sometimes challenges really floor me. I think to myself, what would Mary do? And what she'd do is she'd get up and she'd do her best. And that's what I try to do. That's what Mary means to me. So if you want to read more about Mary Seacole and the Mary Seacole Trust, just go to www.seacoletrust.org.uk, and I'm happy to be involved in the discussion or to take any questions now, whatever you would like. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow. Lisa, thank you very much. I am so inspired. I have only read a few bits about Mary Seacole, and like you said in your presentation, she has really been hidden, so many layers to bring her out. I was so glad to see that statue. I have visited it, and I like the way it is.
Good.
Yes. I'm based in London, and it was so amazing to bring her out. I am looking forward to that movie, so I'll be sharing when the link comes up. So thank you so much for the work you've done. Thank you so much for encouraging the new generation to consider it. And when I read her story, I think most of us will really resonate as well of the struggles of pushing and the doors. I don't think some of my colleagues picked it up, that she went to ask for permission to go and help in the war. And because she was Black, obviously she was mixed, she was refused. She said, okay, you said no, but she wanted to go. She went and found one of her relatives, got all her money together and went across. I think it took her maybe 3 months or so.
We don't know quite how long it took her to get there, but she asked 5 times.
Yeah, wow.
And she was asking from Jamaica, but then when she got to the UK, she asked 5 times.
I can't wait to see that movie. I hope they really brought out.
Oh, they will. They absolutely. That is very much part of it. But jump forward 100 years. We had the same thing when teachers and doctors and nurses arrived from Jamaica in the UK on the Windrush ships, and they were turned away, and they were told their qualifications were not adequate and they'd have to go and retrain, and then they would retrain and they'd come back and they'd say, well, actually we don't need you now, even though the signs were up in Jamaica saying please come over. And so they'd have to then work as cleaners even though they were qualified as doctors and nurses. It's a terrible thing. It's an absolutely terrible thing, racism, and the battle will never be won, Elizabeth, but we have to keep up. We have to keep at it, and we have to work alongside one another. And it isn't your fight; it's our fight.
Oh, thank you so much. And again, what I was going to say about the supporters, finding allies and supporters, and like you rightly said, some of the challenges keep carrying on. I'm sure we're going to hear more about, for instance, Dr. John later, the struggles, the current struggles, even from back then. So thank you so much for sharing. I know Professor Greta has not joined us yet, and apologies for the confusion. I think on the program, it might have got a bit slightly confused because the audience is mainly Ugandan. So we'll keep looking out for her. I know many people are engaged with your presentation. They'll probably want your slides, and if you're happy to share them, we'll be able to.
What would I do? Do I just send them to you? Should I just send the slide deck to you? Okay, I'll do that when I finish. Can you just tell me what time will the panel be? Because I'm coming back for that.
Yes, the panel is going to be at about, let me see. So 1:50, 10 to 2, which is minus 2 hours, about 11. So yes.
Okay, so I'll come back about 11:30 if that's all right with you.
Yes, please. Yes. Okay. So thank you so much, everyone. I know you want to ask Lisa questions, but she is going to be back, and hopefully you'll be able to answer, to ask them then.
On the panel, yeah.
Yes, on the panel, yes. Okay. I'll move over to the next moderator, please, to bring the next speaker on. Thank you. I think it's Martin. Martin, are you on?
Hello.
Hello, yes, Martin, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. And I want to also take this opportunity to appreciate our previous presenters. My name is Oh, what's happening? I can't share my video. Elizabeth, is it okay for me to share my video?
You should be able to, your co-host, Martin.
Hey. Anyway, I think the video is not permitting me. I don't know why it shows. I think I have to select some settings. But anyway, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate everyone that is on the line. My name is Lubega Martin. I'm a nurse, like many of you who are on this call today. I take this opportunity to appreciate Elizabeth and everyone that have contributed to the organization of this team. I want to appreciate our panelists and speakers who have earlier spoken to us. In this next session, I'm going to be inviting Miss Jemima Mtabazi, who is going to be talking about the history of nursing in Uganda. And you need to remember that Miss Jemima Mtabazi is a consultant nurse based in Uganda. She is a nurse, she is a lecturer, and I guess many of us who have had her stories, who have had people talk about her, we would really be so interested to hear from someone with a very big profile, as I'm going to read out. Ms. Mutabazi that we are inviting on this call this afternoon is the former head of nursing department, Uganda Christian University School of Medicine. She holds a Master's of Nursing Science degree from the Case Western Reserve University in USA. She holds a Bachelor's of Nursing from the University of Zambia. She also has a diploma in midwifery and a diploma in general nursing, both from Mulago School of Nursing and Midwifery, which is in Uganda. She has done research on neonatal mortality and family planning, and she's one of those people that actually pioneered the Bachelor's of Nursing at Makerere University. That's the person that we are going to be hearing from this afternoon. For those who, I'm really so disappointed with my video. It still shows I can't share, but I'm going to rectify that as the session goes on. But the person you're hearing from is Lubega Martin. I am a nurse, I am an author, I am a nurse educator, and most importantly for this discussion is one that I'm going to be moderating.
Hello, Martin. Is Jemima available? Mrs. Jemima Mtabazi, can we hear from you?
Yes, yes, I'm available.
Yes, it's a pleasure to have you, Mrs. Jemima Mtabazi. Can please go ahead.
Thank you. Can we share the screen? Please, are you helping us to share the screen?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
So meanwhile, as the screen is being shared, Ms. Jemima, you're very welcome. I would want to just inform you that there is a lot that we would want to learn from you as someone who has moved the journey of nursing, most especially in a country like Uganda. I would want to tell you that I'm currently working on a book on nursing in Uganda. And I can honestly tell you that there is little that you can find in our libraries talking about you and the nursing in Uganda. Probably we shall be very delighted to tap from what you know so that we also know what you know. Thank you so much. I guess the slides are getting ready. Yeah, Ms. Jemima, you're good to go, please.
Thank you very much. But I see my slides are not very clear. I don't know how we do it. They are clear, okay. Yes, indeed, I am a nurse, midwife, community health nurse specialist. I'm a lecturer, and now I'm a historian, indeed. I just want to thank the previous speaker. That was very rich. I wish we could reach there and also have a movie, maybe of Jemima, of some specials and many others. Just to start right away, in this presentation, I have my colleague, actually my senior, Speciosa Mary Mbabali, with whom we have worked the journey of nursing for very many years. So we shall share this presentation. I will start off and she will continue to complete. This slide we are looking at is only showing you that small car. I don't know how many of you would remember that type of car it ever existed. But that is the journey it must have gone through revolution to change into the Benz we see today. Next slide. Here in this slide, we are looking at the legacy, nursing in Uganda, and we are looking at the history of all that we have done. And indeed, in the center is me in 1973, when I had just finished my diploma nursing, and I was a registered nurse, very, 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 very young. And the opposite side is when I was retiring from Uganda Christian University from being a lecturer, and now to where I am. That is a long journey. And on the left side, we remember our Florence Nightingale, our roots, for that's where we all came from, with the passion to be nurses. Next. We are going to talk briefly about the history of nursing. And I can tell you, Martin, that the history of nursing is still in its infancy because you haven't written. You have said it right that you haven't found any literature in any the places you have looked. Yes, it is true, we haven't written, but this is the beginning. And I would like to thank the organizers of this conference because it has made us realize that sleeping cannot continue, we have to work. Now we shall also look at an outline of current nursing programs. We look at challenges very briefly and a way forward. Next. Yes, in this slide, I don't know why it is not showing all. There's something below which is not coming up. We are talking about our journey behind 1993. That's the journey we are talking about. What happened before 1993? But again, what happened after 1993? We were working on that Maram Road, 1997, 99. Then into 2000, we went onto the Tamaka Road. And down there is 2010 and 2020 on this slide. it is a journey that we have walked, and I'm glad people are waiting to hear where we have come from. Before Western medicine came, of course, we were treating our patients using traditional medicine. In that slide, you can see one of the carers treating probably malaria. And maybe that's why many of our colleagues and the patients and relatives used to actually pass on, because the treatment that they were receiving probably was not very effective. But in the 19th century, we begin to see modern medicine brought about by the religious missionaries, the Anglican and the Catholic, who were involved in health, education, and also evangelism. They came here as missionaries, but they had a lot of profit to do. In 1994, of course, we know that Uganda was declared a British protectorate other than a colony. We were protectorate and not a colony. And indeed, English became our official language. Next. You cannot talk about nursing without remembering 1996, 1997, when Albert Cook came to Uganda through the Christian Church Missionary Society of Britain that brought missionaries here to start the journey of medicine. And that picture is showing Sir Albert Cook. He came with 12 others. Among them, there was a nurse, midwife, called Timpson, who eventually became his wife. But we are going to concentrate on Timpson for our journey in nursing. Next. When the church missionaries came to Uganda, they were given a hill called the Mengo, Namirembe, and they based their work from there. But remember, the houses that we had were all temporary. So Albert Cook and Catherine and colleagues, they had to set up a grass-thatched structure in which to treat the sick. They started from one mango tree and then built this temporary structure. But history has it that that structure, the first one, got burnt and they had to put up another one. Next. Now, Lady Catherine Cook, who came with the Church Missionary Society, was interested in the nursing and midwifery. And she realized at that time that many of the women were actually dying of preventable problems, maternal preventable problems. So she thought it was necessary to start a training school for midwives. The initial midwives were trained in the local language, which actually even herself and Dr. Cook had learned. And in order to work with the natives, they had to know the language. So they had learned the language. And in 1918, the first training school at Namirembe was set up. And the people trained at that time were regarded to be assistants of the physicians. So here we see Albert Cook learning the language, Luganda at that time, and also sitting in those grass-thatched temporary structures. It is not a short journey, it's a very long journey. But because of perseverance, good things had come out. So then modern treatment of the sick started, and they were treating tropical and preventable diseases like malaria, intestinal worms, trypanosomiasis, sleeping sickness, bilharzia, all sexually transmitted diseases as we know them. And I think the treatment became effective. In 1919, the first maternity training school in Namirembe that was teaching in Uganda was set up. But then immediately 39 other units were established. And it is said that Timpson used to ride a bicycle, which of course in Uganda was a taboo, but she used the style of Kentucky style of frontier midwives in the US. I had the opportunity to see them, and they shared their history with us. That they used to go on horses, but Catherine used to ride the bicycle. And the nurses that were trained then, 1959, based the training on Florence Nightingale philosophy of compassionate care, and with emphasis on the basic skills other than education, because the nurses at that, the ladies at that time did not have high education. Education came later, and then they could be taught in English. So the carriers of the time did not have a lot of basic education. And in fact, even today, some of our colleagues think we still don't have enough basic education, which is not true. We are looking at the timeline, like in 1920s, we had a regulatory organization that was guiding the nursing profession. They called it Nursing Assistants Council, which was set up then under the ordinance of midwives, and that helped. But then in 1950, 60, and 90s, this was revised into an act of parliament, and which has since been revised to the current 1996 act. The current act is under revision, and we are waiting for its approval now, because a lot of things have changed, and it has to be updated to the current situation. In 1960s, we had dual training. Those who had very little education were trained here, but then when the students of 9 years education in basic education were trained, it was possible to teach them in English. They would be taught here as enrolled nurses, but then sent to UK to update to state registered nurses. So at that time we had the locally trained enrolled nurses and the state registered nurses from England, and all working together and helping each other to move forward. In 1961, Uganda now pioneered the training of registered nurses, because now there were students who had had basic education. We could enroll those that could speak English, and we had actually the teachers coming from UK to come and help in the teaching and running of schools. Other schools, like missionary schools in Mengo, in Zambia, also joined, and they started also training. They are enrolled to registered completion programs, so that more schools now could teach for nurses and midwives, other than the only government school. In 1993, as we walked the journey, it was necessary to start 2 other programs. The 4-year Registered Comprehensive Nursing Diploma was started in 2 pilot schools, but now there are many more other schools teaching comprehensive nursing. And then also the 4-year Bachelor of Nursing Science degree started at Makerere. And Makerere, as we all know, is the oldest prestigious university, not only in Uganda, but also in East Africa. And the other program that started was Nurse Tutors Diploma, which required minimum requirement of having been a registered nurse and registered midwife for Nurse Tutors Diploma. And then Diploma in Nursing Administration also started. And the Diploma in Public Health Nursing also started, and Pediatric Nursing Diploma started. So at this point, we had enrolled nurses and diploma nurses in the system, and they were helping each other, working together. But most of the diploma nurses were now the ones in the leadership positions. And you can see in this slide, the journey we have actually traveled from Lago, that is at the left side, Lago Badge, the middle is Buyindi, and the far east is, I think, Ginger. My screen is not shown, but it's Ginger. Those are some of the things that we have gone through. Now, in 1999, like we had all these diplomas, we had a degree also started. Now we have masters starting. The journey in education could only move forward. Currently, all PhD students are taught from international universities. We don't have a program here, but we have the certificate, we have diploma, degree, and masters. And at this point, I'm going to request that my colleague takes on to talk up more about these programs that we have in the country. Thank you very much.
So much, Miss Jemima. Let me take this opportunity to welcome Miss Speciosa Mbabali, who is also a veteran nurse, if we are to use the term veteran, and she's also a nurse consultant, also based here in Uganda. We are so delighted to hear from her this afternoon. Miss Speciosa, please. Otherwise, I want to, as Miss Speciosa organizes herself, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate Miss Jemima. Thank you so much for that insight into the history of nursing. I can honestly tell you that as I was trying to hunt for history, I actually discovered that when the house that you talked about that was used as a hospital by the Albert Cook, the wife and Sir Albert, when it was burnt, they never gave up. They actually continued. They even constructed another one. They continued offering the services. Probably that's where we get the thing of nursing or healthcare providing is a call. You also talked about something about the wife, Thompson. She actually wrote the first nursing book. As I was doing my research, I discovered she actually wrote the first nursing book. You can imagine, she wrote a book in Luganda, and it was to guide midwives. Thank you so much for that history. And let us hear from Miss Speciosa. I guess now she's ready for the discussion.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, can you
Miss
hear me?
Mbabali, we are hearing you very well.
Oh, great. I'm very
You're
pleased.
most welcome.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be on this forum. I'm Speciosa Mbabali, a nurse midwife, a nurse educator with a master's degree in community health nursing. And Jemima and I have walked the long journey of trying to raise bars for the standards of nursing in Uganda. Apparently, Jemima Mtabazi was my student at one time in the registered nursing course. And then later on, she caught up with me and we became colleagues in the education of nurses at higher levels. Thank you. Next slide. Okay. As Jemima said, Catherine Cook was our pioneer nurse in Uganda, although she was from the United Kingdom. She observed an overwhelming maternal mortality due to absence of trained midwives in this country, and then conducted a one-year midwifery training from 1919 to 1920, just 1 year, when the first midwives graduated at a missionary hospital referred to as Mengo, the very first hospital in the country ever. Next one, next slide. She looked, Jemima, I think, has gone through this, that she recruited in nurses, I mean, the locals. She recruited young women who had attained only 9 years of formal education and trained them in English, following the ones she had trained in the local language, Luganda. So these qualified, the English-speaking nurses, the first ones qualified in 1950. Next slide, please. Please. The East Central and Southern Africa Regional Health Community Secretariat was founded and in the early 1990s. And just as you can see, there was a very high concentration on raising the standards of nursing, not only in Uganda, but also in the region. So when this East Central and South African Community Secretariat was started, it was founded by a nurse from Uganda by the name of Rosalind Kakande, who, thank God, still lives, and we are in communication with her. And as Rosalind founded the secretariat in Tanzania, East Africa, Jemima and I established the Department of Nursing at Makerere University in 1993. These are types of nursing programs that we have gone through right up to date. We had first enrolled nurses, those are certificate nurses, trained for 3 years, enrolled midwives, who started their training in 1930 and they are 3 years, enrolled psychiatric nurses. And then the psychiatric nursing program started in 1960, again for 3 years. Registered general nurses, 1961 to 62. Registered midwifery, 1967, 3 years. Registered psychiatric, these are registered. The first ones were enrolled psychiatric. Now we came into the registered psychiatric nurses in 1968, as late as that. And these programs are run exclusively by nurses with the collaboration or the support of fellow doctors. The doctors, for example, in psychiatry, do teach psychiatric nurses some of the psychiatric medicine that they have to use. And other supporters are like the pharmacists. They also help to teach nurses pharmacology. The diploma programs were also developed, and these were in tutor education. Jemima mentioned that, administration she mentioned, but there was also public health nurses, which was brought on board. Pediatric nursing was also brought on board. Nurse anesthetists. This was a real breakthrough because this is a highly sensitive area for a nurse to work in. However, it was found over the years that the nurse anesthetists were doing an excellent job, to the extent that because there were so few, some of them, when they went off duty, they would have to be called back for emergencies during the evening and night. Registered comprehensive nursing, Jemima mentioned that, Bachelor of Nursing, Mutabazi and myself pioneered that at Makerere University, and because we are working so much together, supporting each other to put that program together, the university authority always refer to us as the twin nurses. This Bachelor's of Nursing education was developed and was supported by very experienced nurses from the United States of America. But they were periodical support consultants who were at the wheel all the time. A master's degree program in midwifery was developed by the Department of Nursing at Makerere by Dr. Rose Kyalo Nabirie. And that Dr. Rose Nabirie Kyalo was making over her own hands first for the bachelor's degree at Makerere University. Then she did a master's degree and then studied a PhD. I'm also glad to say that she, at one time in very recent years, became the dean of the School of Health Sciences in the College of Health Sciences of Makerere University. She was the very first nurse to be appointed to that high position. Next one. Next one, please. Next one, please. Okay. Challenges. We do have challenges. There are many, but some of the challenges, okay, way forward. This is way forward. Okay. These are the challenges: increasing number of university nursing programs, increasing the number of better equipped nurses, nurse leaders, support from international organizations, increased motivation of nurses for higher education, and improvement in performance, making the patient our central concern. Greater emphasis on seeing the patient as a patient or client as the most important focus of our practice, deserving excellent care in whatever setting.
Hello, it seems we are losing Miss Speciosa.
I wonder why your internet connection is unstable.
Yes. Madame Speciosa, we had lost you. Probably you want to remind us of what some things you said in the last 1, 2, 3 seconds. We had lost you because of internet, probably.
It must have been internet problem. I'm sorry about that. But in the last few seconds, I did say that we do have challenges, and some of these challenges are about low motivation of nurses because of the lack of working equipment and protective gear in the country. And some of the frustrations are also about facilitation to work, like the transport for nurses. The accommodation for nurses is also very, very, at a low level. And others is collaboration with our colleagues, the doctors. It is still a struggle to collaborate smoothly with them because there is this traditional feeling and perception that they are so very high and nurses are not at par. We see ourselves as being rightful collaborators with the doctors and independent decision makers in the clinical area where we spend majority of our time. And other challenges are like advancing in nursing, especially in the area of research, because research in nursing only started in 1993 when Department of Nursing was established at Makerere University. Before 1993, there was no such a thing like nurses doing research. Now that we have baccalaureate nurses, master's nurses, and doctoral nurses, research is very, very much concentrated on, and we are now forging into an area of finding out and finding out reasons and remedies for implementing nursing research done by our nurses into our own practice. That is still an uphill task, but we are dealing with it. I think those are the some of the challenges, and kind of remedies that we are trying to work with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Speciosa Mbabali, for that well-elaborate pinch of our history. You know, many of us, the young people, want things to move at a marathon. At times we forget that there is history that we have to think about. So when we have senior people like you in amidst of us, and you share with us some of this history, it reminds us that actually we are moving. We may be moving not at a terrific speed, but we are moving. Thank you so much, Ms. Speciosa Mbabali. Thank you so much, our first presenter of the session, that was Ms. Jemima Mtabazi. Thank you so much for this discussion that you've had with us. One thing I want to say to you is that we actually need that history even when you are gone. So I would kindly request that if you get some time, you write some notes for us so that when that time comes, our kids and their grandchildren can have something in a library that, like Albert Cook at Makerere, where they can find some of this history, because you are the best people that can actually tell it. So when you write it, we shall be reading it from the best historians of the nursing profession in Uganda. Thank you, panelists. Let us go to the next presenter. So in the next discussion, we are going to be looking at changing the narrative, introduction of specialist practice in Uganda. And the person I'm going to be hosting this afternoon on such a topic is not any other rather than someone who is a senior in the specialist area, and that is Miss Rose Chiwanuka. I've been privileged to meet this lady on last year's Heroes in Health Awards, where she certainly have scooped an award of something in the nursing fraternity. And this is the person you are going to be listening to this afternoon. You need to remember that Miss Rose Chiwanuka is a specialist palliative nurse who is based in Uganda. She has worked with a number of organizations, but one notable one is Hospice Uganda, where she previously worked as the executive director. She holds a Bachelor's of Science in Nursing from the Aga Khan University School of Nursing and Midwifery. She also happens to be the founder of Hospice, Palliative Care Association of Uganda. She has worked as a senior clinical and education role specialist at Hospice Uganda for over 15 years in her education role at Hospice of Africa, which is the branch in Uganda. She has supported the development of the education department, which actually evolved into the Institute of Hospice and Palliative Care of East in Africa, that is IHPCA. She holds a diploma in business administration. She tries to show us how dynamic nurses can be. She holds a diploma in business administration from London Executive Business College in the United Kingdom. She has a diploma in palliative care with Makerere University through Hospice Africa in Uganda. She has a diploma in palliative care with the Institute of Hospice and Palliative Care in Africa. She's a registered nurse from St. Francis Zambia School of Nursing and Midwifery. She is a strong advocate for palliative care at all levels of the healthcare system in Uganda. You may want to appreciate that in the previous years, we are only having palliative care in only our regional referral hospitals and our national referral hospitals, but her works are trying to make sure that we have palliative care recognized at all health care levels in Uganda. And I'm talking about Miss Chiwanuka, who is actually a nurse, a palliative care specialist, and she's going to be telling us in the next minutes. Miss Rose Chiwanuka, are you there? Miss Rose? I can see Miss Rose, she's there, but she's not muted. Miss Rose Chuanka, I've sent you a signal. I guess you should be in position to unmute and speak to us. Hello. Elizabeth, is there a way you can help Miss Rose to?
I think we've lost her. Her internet has gone off. I think that's the challenge with this new normal. Conscious of time, as we keep waiting for her to rejoin us, I was wondering whether we wanted to move on to the next speaker, Professor Greta, who has joined us, so that we can get Ms. Rose back on later. I'll hand over to Harriet, who will kindly introduce Ms. Greta for us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and thank you very much, everyone who is on this call. I want to take this opportunity to thank our recent speakers, and I've really enjoyed the presentations about the history of nursing in Uganda. It's been really nice getting to know about the roots where we come from and how we are going to influence, and we are already influencing this to see that nursing and midwifery are better professions. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. My name is Naiga Harriet. I'm a midwife here in Uganda. I'm an innovator in my capacity as a midwife, and majorly my purpose and calling are centered around adolescent sexual reproductive health, where I am the founding director of Midwife-Led Community Transformation, MILCOT, a community-based organization here in central Uganda that focuses on bridging the gap that exists between the midwife and the local community through provision of sexual reproductive health and rights, also survival skills to marginalize the adolescents and young adults. My heart cherishes when I see marginalized adolescents and young adults, especially those ones that face grave discrimination, when I and my team as midwives take care of them through sexual reproductive health. I'm a young midwife leader with the International Confederation of Midwives. I'm also a young innovative midwife, a champion with the Nursing Now Global Campaign. And I have taken a step to be an advocate, especially in adolescent-friendly sexual reproductive health. I'm also a member of Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health that is hosted at WHO, where we do advocate for women's, children, and adolescent health. And I'm indeed happy to be raising the voices of nursing and midwifery professions, where I have called upon governments and all global stakeholders to increase investment into nursing and midwifery. Through my work and my experience, I have been recognized both nationally and internationally, and my recent recognition has been when I had the interview with Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Cambridge. Well, that is not all for me, but it is for the people that I serve, but also for developing our nursing and midwifery professions. Allow me to take this opportunity to welcome Professor Greta. She's a great leader, and we are happy to have her. Listen, Professor Greta Westwood was appointed as the Chief Executive Officer of the Florence Nightingale Foundation in September 2019. She qualified as a nurse in 1983 and as a midwife in 1987. She completed her Master of Science in healthy psychology in 1996 and a PhD in nursing in 2010. Professor Greta was one of the first genetic counselors for the WISIX Clinical Genetics Services from 1987 to 2007, and was part of the team that established the Association of Genetic Nurses and Counselors. She held a joint clinical academic post with the University of Southampton from 2000 to 2005. From 2008 to 2012, she established, my internet is getting interrupted, sorry. Okay. From 2008 and 2012, she established and then led the National Institute of Health Research and the ISO of White Comprehensive Local Research Network. Greta held a joint post in 2012 to 2017 with Portsmouth Hospitals, NHS Trust, and the University of Southampton as Director of Clinical Academic Practice for the university, and the NIHR Collaboration for Leadership and Applied Health Research and Care, WISIX. She led the university's clinical academic training program for nurses, midwives, and allied health professionals, and was promoted to professor for this work. Greta is a proud registered nurse and a Florence Nightingale Foundation alumna. In 2012, Leadership Scholar. You are most welcome, Professor Greta. We can't wait to hear what you have for us.
Thank you. I think you can hear me. I'm just about to share my screen.
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you.
Okay. And can you see my first slide?
I can see. I hope everyone can see it.
Yeah, good. Okay, I'll take it that everyone can see. Listen, thank you so much for this morning. Firstly, I've got to apologise because I was in UK time and not Ugandan time. So hence I'm 2 hours behind you guys, but really delighted to be invited. It's a total privilege. I've really been in awe of the presentations to date, the amazing Ugandan history of nursing, and actually interspersed with a bit of Florence Nightingale in the middle of that. So taking some of Florence's strategies and applying that to Uganda. I think before I start, I really want to say on behalf of the Board of Trustees and the team that I work with, we're a small nursing charity that based in the UK, but just a really big thank you to all the nurses and midwives in Uganda during this hideous coronavirus pandemic, and for supporting your patients, the people that you look after over this time. I know it's not finished, but I think there's been lots of learnings from the pandemic, and I just applaud the effort that's been applied to this pandemic during this time. So I was asked to talk about why the history of nursing is important, and I thought about this. And now I'm coughing, sorry. I thought about this and I thought, well, actually, why am I so interested in the history of nursing? And I think personally, I am interested in the history of nursing. I think it's really important as nurses to understand the work of our forebears. And I think if we understand that, we understand why it's important to have a dream about how our forebears wanted to change health and care and nursing. And if we have a dream, then we can implement that at some point. Now, if you could see my room, I'm in England. If you could see the room behind me, I have a stack of books, and they're mostly nursing history books. And I personally will read any book. I go to old bookshops and I scour the shelves for nursing history books. So on my desk right now, I've got 3 books I could show you. One of them is about Edith Cavell, who was an English nurse that went to work in in Belgium during the First World War. Unfortunately, she was executed by the Germans for apparently they thought that she was somebody that was on the opposite side. So unfortunately, as a nurse, she was killed. My second book, and I know that you're going to hear from Lisa later on, is about Mary Seacole. And of course, she was the charismatic Black nurse who became a heroine of the Crimea, as well as Florence. And my latest edition is a book that I was lent yesterday about Edna Adnam Ishmael. And the book is entitled A Woman of First. And she was a midwife who built a hospital for in her country in Somaliland, and it's entitled Imprisonment, Mutilation and Persecution. And so therefore my argument this morning is, I think it's really important. I think we have so much to learn about history from our forebears that you don't have to be as nutty about reading history books as me. And if I've already got one PhD, I don't need a second one, but if I could, it would be about the history of nursing. So I really want to talk about the significance of Florence today and how we apply that to nursing, and what is her legacy. So this slide is really about the start of the Florence Nightingale Foundation in the UK. And it was set up, so the Florence Nightingale Foundation, a small charity that's UK based, but was set up as a commitment to continue Florence's legacy. So this lady, Ethel Benwick Fenwick, who was the first president of the International Council of Nurses, proposed to the ICN Congress in 1919 that after Florence died in 1910, that there should be a living memorial to Florence Nightingale. It took some while before they worked out what that was. And the member organisations, the ICN, were encouraged to get set up in their own memorial committees and decide what they were going to do in their country. And as a result, in the UK, we set up the Florence Nightingale Memorial Committee in 1934. And our promise was that we would continue and grow her legacy. So of all of her teachings, of all the things that we know about Florence, the foundation has, since 1934, supported nurses and midwives in their leadership journey by offering scholarships to them. And in 1934, there were 20 international students that came to England to be scholars of the foundation. They lived in a house in London. Obviously, over years that's changed. We have many more scholars. We have 81 this year, but we also they don't live in London. They live where they live, and they live where they work. So it has slightly changed, and I know a couple of colleagues on the call this morning are scholars of the Florence Nightingale Foundation. And the one thing that we hope that we can create is, by finding great nurses and midwives, that we can propel their journey to achieve even greater things. And most people who've been on our programs will say that it has enabled them to speak to authority, to live out the dream that they have for their own nursing career. And it's given them the platform to have greater presence and impact. So that's what we've been doing since 1934. And this is a rather nice slide that I often use. If you can read it, if not, I'll read it out. So Florence said, "When I'm no longer a memory, just a name, I hope my voice may perpetuate the great work of my life." And I think that's really the purpose of today, your whole conference, is to understand what it is that our nursing pioneers have taught us over the years. And you've got great stories of Ugandan nurses, and this is really the story of Florence. So you might argue, why is she still significant? And I've got a few slides where I hope for you to understand why I think she's still significant in this day. Now, she was born in 1820. She's been dead since 1910. Yet we still are. She's still a great presence in our lives. And I just was going back to what she's achieved over her life. why is it that she's still significant? So I thought that in one slide, I picked out some of the things that I thought that would be of importance this morning. So the one thing that she did, she made nursing respectable profession as it is now. She was hugely involved in systematic training of nurses, and that was mostly at the bedside. Later on, it was a bit academic, but the thing that she had always, and we still do now, we're lifelong learners. You know, nursing doesn't, once you become a registered nurse, that's not it. That's not the end of your learning. As many of you have already said, many of you have got bachelors, masters, PhDs, and that's what happens to a nurse through their career. And Florence never stopped learning. That was the one thing that she perpetuated. And she was a great health promoter. So everything that she did stemmed from what she understood about health promotion, so preventing ill health, and her environmental approach to health and care and nursing. And again, I've got a few slides to show this, but the things that she prophesied about was the importance of having clean air, of ventilation, of adequate space, direct sunlight, clean water, clean bedding, and clean clothing. Now, we might think that's obvious, but in the 1850s, when she was in the Crimea, this wasn't obvious at all. And she was also an advocate for hospital design. She knew what worked, and she knew what worked because of her work in the Crimea, in the Crimea War. And later on, so not many people know this, but later on in her career, she was a great advocate for women's economic independence. So she was almost at the start of the suffragettes, so the activists, women who stood for the right to vote, for women that were able to vote, to own their own property, and later to be educated. So that in the 1850s, that wasn't what a Victorian woman should do. They were to stay at home. And then later on, she was responsible for the health promotion in India. And of course, she was a great data collector. So I have got a slide of each of those to explain why I think she's still significant. So this is Florence. She was born on the 12th of May 1820, and you'll know this from International Nurses Day. She was born in Florence, hence the name. She was born to very wealthy parents, a very aristocratic family who lived in Middle England. And they had two houses, one in the south of England on the left-hand side, and one in the middle of England, which is now owned, and people can go and stay there. So if you're ever in England and you want to stay in Florence Nightingale's home, there is an opportunity to stay in that house. So her parents, she had one sister, and both of the children were born whilst her family were on a European tour, which is what happened in Victorian times for people in England with a lot of money. They just disappeared for months on end. So both the children were born overseas, and to come into a life that was very privileged, you'd imagine that would be the making of her, but she rebelled against that all of her life. She didn't want that. She didn't want the trappings that came with a Victorian privileged life. She wanted to create and carve out her own lifestyle. And for me, she was a bit of a rebel about that. But these slides are about some of the things that I think that that's made her still significant today. So before Florence, nursing wasn't a profession. We had, I rather like the photograph you showed of the bamboo canopy in Uganda. We had in the Victorian times. So before Florence, we had buildings. They were remotely called hospitals, but there were no nurses. They were people women who wanted somewhere to live. They had to do a bit of work, but they weren't. They were often very poor people who came because they needed a roof over their heads. And then Florence, what she did when she was a young woman in those English homes, she would go off with her mother and visit the poor houses in around the country houses where that she lived. And she often did this without permission. So she'd often sneak out of the house and beg somebody to go and take her to the poorhouses. And she realized at the young age of 16, nearly 17, she had a calling from God. She didn't know what the calling actually meant, but she knew that at some point she would be called to be a carer, to be responsible for people's health. So before Florence, there was no profession of nursing. People looked after people, but I would argue that their intent wasn't always of the best reputation. And then probably you'll know that she's most famous for her work in the Crimea War. So leading up to that time, as I said, that she rebelled against her parents. They wanted her. She was huge. She was very well educated. She was educated at home mostly by her father and her sister as well. Her sister was very happy to spend the life of a Victorian woman at home, reading, entertaining her father's guests, sewing, and drawing. But Florence didn't want to do that. She wanted to be educated. She enjoyed learning. There wasn't anything that she didn't know. She spoke multiple languages, responsible by the teaching by her father. But of course, that created in her this desire to do something more than just being a Victorian woman at home. She was proposed to a few times, but she decided that she had this calling that she had to answer. So leading up to the Crimea War, she had various attempts to try and work in a hospital. Her parents refused her to go. They said it wasn't a suitable environment for a young woman of her standing. That just made her more frustrated. There was a very good family couple who didn't have children, but she went with them on a tour to Germany. On the way back from her European tour, they stopped off at a hospital in Kaiserwerth in Düsseldorf in Germany, and she learnt the basics of nursing in that hospital. Again, still not a nurse, but the understanding of what it meant to be a nurse. And just before the Crimea started, she had an opportunity where she was asked to go and set up the movement of one hospital, small hospital, from one part of London to another part of London. And that was her moment. Her parents didn't want to do it, but she convinced them that this was her moment. By then she was in her 30s. And so she was desperate for her own independence. So she did that. And whilst she was there, the Crimea War broke out in Turkey, and the rest of the Crimea was involved. And she, at the same time she knew about the war, she had a request from the Minister of War that she was the only person that he knew that would be able to take a group of nurses out there and support the injured soldiers. So on the left-hand side is the 38 nurses that she went with to Scutari, the barracks hospital in Scutari in Istanbul, or the other side of Istanbul, the other side of the Bosphorus River. And when she got there, she was absolutely horrified. You'll probably see here this photograph of injured personnel, injured military personnel, soldiers, all bundled up together on a floor, no beds, nothing. The next picture shows them in beds, and you'll see that they're spaced apart. You'll also see that this is a huge high building with windows and great bright daylight. This is the iconic picture of her walking around at night time, comforting the soldiers who didn't have their relatives with them, obviously. And she would often sit with them and write a letter, help them write a letter home, which was their communication back to the UK. And this picture also shows the bed state, the spacing of the bed state. So you may have seen this if you're interested in nursing history. You may have seen this diagram before. So this is the very early polar diagram, or as we know it now, a pie chart. And when she was in Scutari, once she'd sorted out the disordered spacing of the injured soldiers. She'd sorted out mattresses, clean clothing, clean bed linen for them. She then worked out that she couldn't understand why so many people were dying of contagious diseases, so communicable diseases, rather than their injuries. And she used this pie chart to send back to the UK government to explain that if you haven't seen it before, the blue bits of pie are the number of people who were dying from communicable diseases, and the pink bits of the pie are those that were dying from their wounds. And she used this to say, you know, there is contagion going on in this hospital, and we have to do something about it. So she was, this is the first pie chart, and from that she used statistics the whole of the rest of her career. And it was this type of thing that she used to influence UK government to get conditions changed. So when she came back from the Crimea, she used the hospital design that she realised worked in the Crimea to help design the St Thomas's Hospital in London. And you can see from this early sketch that it was designed to be a pavilion style with high ceilings, lots of space, lots of light. And of course, she also then helped to set up the first school of nursing at St Thomas's Hospital. And this is called the Florence Nightingale School of Nursing. And this is one of the first badges that the probationers received once they'd qualified. The next thing I think that she's responsible for, and why she's still significant, is that whole work she did around infection prevention and control and hospital design. So at the start of the pandemic in England, a number of these mass hospitals were set up, and this was called Nightingale Hospital London. And you can see here the spaces between the ventilated bays. And if you refer back to the photograph of the injured soldiers in their bed space, you can see that there's a comparison with infection control and her original learnings in the 1850s. She also was a great writer. She'd spent most of the time when she came back to the UK, she spent most, I mean, there are hundreds and thousands of letters that still exist from Florence Nightingale, but she used her knowledge about everything that she'd learned, and she would write prolifically. This is her Notes of Nursing of 1860, and it was really a guide for people at home rather than nurses. So how to look after your family members in the home, what you need to do to make sure that they stay well and remain healthy. So that, for me, that's some of the reasons why she's still significant. And of course, I often reflect on what she may have been thinking during this COVID pandemic and her response to it. What would she have done? And of course, so much is different in the last 160 years when we compare it with Florence's time. You know, we have technology now. That wasn't possible. She was letter writing at the time. And obviously a lot of how care was changed, care has been changed because of the pandemic and because of technology. So you can see a flavour of innovation and entrepreneurship throughout nursing, and nurses have been at the forefront of those changes. So I personally think that she would have been impressed with how nurses have led during this pandemic, with great skill, with great authority, with great voice, with great advocacy for the patients. But she would have been so sad at the number of people who inevitably died. I think she would be also very sad at this slide. Now in the UK, well, mostly across England actually, but it did happen in the other UK countries, every Thursday, everybody would stand on the street and clap and thank the nurses and the hospital staff for the great care that the dedication they were giving to the patients during the pandemic. And at the start, it was a good thing. People felt very proud to be a nurse and they quite liked it. After a while, the nurses hated it, and I think most healthcare workers hated it too. It didn't mean anything eventually, and it eventually stopped. But there was a lot of rhetoric about nurses were superheroes, they were angels, they were they could do anything. And again, I think that conversation has subsided, and actually nurses have kicked up against it. They're not heroes. All nurses are hugely technically and capable. Their knowledge is incredible. They're not superheroes. We're more than that. So that was some of the response, and I think Florence would have hated that. Florence would have been the first person to have laid down in front of the Houses of Parliament, so our government house, and said this is not suitable. We are more than a superhero. And the other thing for me that's important is what we do to continue Florence's legacy. So every year on around the 12th of May, the foundation hosts the Florence Nightingale commemoration service at Westminster Abbey. And for those of you who don't know Westminster Abbey, if you remember Kate and William getting married, they got married in Westminster Abbey. So every year we have 2,500 nurses there at this amazing ceremony, and it is a real privilege to be there. It's obviously a privilege to host it. And obviously in 2020 we couldn't have it. And this is one of the pictures from 2021 where we just decided to have a socially distanced event and pay tribute to nurses and midwives during the pandemic. We were fortunate to have, for those who are film buffs, this is Helena Bonham Carter, who is related to Florence Nightingale, and she graciously accepted our invitation to support the foundation during the pandemic to help us raise money for the work that we do. And here she is in Westminster Abbey doing an address about her connection to Florence Nightingale, and then she said a prayer. So you can't see everybody here, but there are members of the Prime Minister Boris Johnson's there, plus other members of the political parties. So it is always a grand affair, and this particular year it was a rather sober year, but very uplifting, I would say. So we do this every year, and we will stream it. So if you're interested in watching, then you can follow us on our website. And my very last slide second to last slide is to say, Florence was known for saying this, and you may have seen this quote a number of times, but she says, "For us who nurse, our nursing is a thing which, unless we are making progress every year, every month, every week, take my word for it, we are going back. The more experience we gain, the more progress we make." And so she had a dream. She had a dream that she wanted to be a nurse, and her dream exceeded all her things that she thought she was going to do. Here she is 160 years later, still making an indent into how we nurse. And her dream has continued. Her dreams continue in us. And I would say that the Florence Nightingale Foundation, the people, the nurses and midwives that come off our programs, our scholarship programs, are her legacy today. And my final slide is just to really for you to think what your legacy would be. And you don't have to answer that now because we haven't got time, but I just really want you to think, okay, when I'm no longer here, or when I'm retired, when I'm a veteran, I mean, actually, I want to point out that I clearly am a veteran nurse, but when I retire from nursing, what will my legacy be? Because I think we all owe it to the whole of the nursing midwifery profession to do something dynamic that it changes nursing forever. There'll be somebody else, your protégés after you, that will change it and make it even better after you. But let all of us be remembered for something. So thank you for listening.
Wow, wow. Professor Greta, you might not know what you have just presented to us, but it is just amazing. It is life-changing. I like how you have brought this story to life. It's in action. When I remember how we have been celebrating the 2020 International Year of the Nurse and the Midwife, that is the center of our celebrations. That is the center of each and everything that we are doing to improve nursing and midwifery professions. But that story, I want to thank you so much for getting attached to it. The way you are attached to it, you cannot fail to do something that relates to it. I think what I have learned and what I would call my fellow nurses and midwives in Uganda and elsewhere, to have that story and get attached to it, learn from it directly, and also think about your legacy. How will it be? Which lives is it touching? Florence Nightingale, when you have talked about if she is around during this pandemic, how would she feel? I just thought that if she was around, she would call upon every nurse and midwives. Like, she would wake us up to do something, like not to sleep, to do something, okay? Because we are doing something, but is it seen? Which impact is it bringing? Being that authoritative nurse that brings a change is probably what we are still lacking, or we are having it in limited amounts. But thank you so much, the Uganda National Healthcare Conference, for bringing this conference with this important theme. It has been so impactful even before we end the first day. Let's hear from the next presenter.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Sorry, Professor Greta, thank you so much for the presentation and the legacy of the Florence Nightingale and the commitment of the FNF Foundation. This continuation of living as a living memorial is really, really powerful. The legacy, you know, health promotion, preventing ill health, the importance of the continuous learning, and Florence Nightingale being, you know, an advocate for women's economic emancipation and then the independence. All these legacies do resonate, you know, for generations to come. It's such an amazing piece of legacy. We are so grateful to the support of the Florence Nightingale Foundation. They have continued to help and support all organizations involved in the healthcare. And for us here in the UK, as the Uganda Nurses and Midwives Association, the Florence Nightingale is been really supportive. They're helping support us in our mentorship program. It's taking place right now. Our mentorship program is in 3 stages. So the very first stage is a peer-to-peer support of healthcare professionals, Ugandan nurses and midwives working in the UK, and that's stage 1. Stage 2 will be the peer-to-peer support for our colleagues in Uganda, you know, between the Ugandan nurses here in the UK and the Ugandan nurses in Uganda. And our third stage for this support will be a 90-day integration program. So here we will be helping support nurses and midwives recruited from Uganda coming to work in the UK health sector. So we will be having an integration program where we'll be helping support them, get integrated in the UK, hold their hand, get used to these systems, and all that help and support and the advocacy that our colleagues from Uganda coming in the UK will be, you know, we'll be helping them and support them on that journey. So this mentorship project is really intended to inspire more healthcare professionals and clinical educators to participate in healthcare development. So thank you so much to the Florence Nightingale Foundation for this help and support. That's really just briefly, you know, all the speakers that have spoken this morning, we're really grateful, all the distinguished professionals in the form of, we've heard from Mrs. Jemima Mtabazi, Mrs. Speciosa Babali, all these distinguished educators who are continuing to work. And now we're going to be hearing from Mrs. Rose Chiwanuka, who we couldn't hear from earlier on due to technical IT problems. But I think she's now online, and I would like to hand over to Martin to invite Mrs. Rose Chiwanuka to speak to us this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, so before Martin comes on, sorry, I just wanted to say thank you so much, Professor Greta and everybody. Apologies for the slight confusion on the program. In case it caused a bit of confusion whether it was 9 a.m. Uganda time or UK time. And I would like to say, when you said at the beginning that you are on Uganda time, UK time, Professor Greta, we might have understood it differently, you know, like running late, but I understand that it was a confusion. So thank you so much. And hopefully you can stay a little bit longer to help in the panel discussion. That was amazing. And everybody, let us give a clap to Florence Nightingale Foundation, because under the leadership of Professor Greta, they have extended support for international diaspora associations. It is a very big thing. So thank you so much.
Sorry, just quickly before we proceed on to Martin, I just wanted to give a shout out to our cluster members in Iganga, in Masaka, Fort Porter, Hoima, Arua, up north in Uganda, Gulu, in Limbale. You know, we're seeing all of you online in Mulago, Lira, Butabika. We are so grateful to have you on, and we're so blessed to have Dame Donna Kinea. I can see she's now online. She's joined us. We have our distinguished profession as well, Mrs. Dorcas Guata, you know, Mr. Cliff Aliga. We are so blessed. We're in such distinguished company this morning or this afternoon in Uganda. You're so welcome. Dr. John Mayers, it's a blessing to have you. Such powerful voices, and we cannot wait to hear from you this morning. So over to you, Martin, for our next speaker.
Tim?
Hi, Martin. Mrs. Rose Chiwanuka is, I understand she's online now. So would you please invite her to come and speak to us?
Yes, thank you so much, Tim. I continue to.
I thought actually it was me, and I don't know who is going next. Should I go?
Yeah, Miss Rose Chiwanuka. Miss
Yes,
Rose
thank
Chiwanuka,
you so much.
Yes, Miss Rose Chiwanuka, you're most welcome. We had earlier missed you in the earlier discussion. I'm going to be moderating this session where you're going to be talking to us about the changing of the narrative, the introduction of the specialist practice in the nursing profession. We understand we are in a country where many of the nurses and midwives are practicing in a general kind of manner. We want to think about how can we get specialized nursing into Uganda? Does Uganda need the specialized nurses? The answer is absolutely yes. How far have we gone? That's the story you're going to be telling us. And to those who are on the call, I want to remind you that our speaker this afternoon is Miss Rose Chiwanuka, the founder and former executive director of Palliative Association of Uganda. She's a graduated nurse with a Bachelor of Science in Nursing from the Aga Khan University School of Nursing and Midwifery in East Africa. As I earlier said, she's the founder of the Palliative Care Association in Uganda. She has worked as a clinical nurse and an education nurse at Hospice Africa for over 15 years.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. I will
Of the
start.
Institute
I'm
of
so
Hospice
sorry
and
that
Palliative Care. Yes, Ms. Tuanka, we are waiting to hear from you, please.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. And I have to apologize to the members on this forum that my time was on and then I fell off, but I'm glad I'm back. And I'm praying that network does not do me a disservice. I hope you can see my presentation. Is it being projected?
Yes, we can well see the presentation.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for that kind introduction. And I'll not repeat, but just to say that I'm also a Rotarian and I've done a lot of work to make sure that palliative care get into regional referral hospitals,
It seems we are missing, we are losing your voice.
Where are we? What do we want to do? And what is our future? Next. In this presentation, I'll give a brief overview of the traditional and modern theory nursing. I'll give some, I'll talk about some nursing specialties, mention them, and then give my personal experience in my nursing journey, and then how
Ms. Rose Tuanka, it seems we are missing your voice, I think suddenly because of internet. Ms. Tuanka, we are losing you. Your voice is not so clear.
Apologies for that. I think internet has done Ms. Rose a disservice, but hopefully she'll be able to join us. I think let's move to our panel discussion because the break rooms are not functioning yet as we would like them to. So Lillian, would you like to introduce our panel for this afternoon? And thank you so much, Dame Donna. Really appreciate Lisa and Professor Greta and everyone, Miss Babali, Mrs. Jemima. I just put in the chat room. I remember very well the Tutors College where the department was created in a very tiny building and to see how the profession has moved forward. So thank you so much. Lillian, over to you, please. Okay, I think I can't see Lillian. Tim, would you like to introduce our panel, please? Thank you.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much once again. I smile every time I look at the distinguished, servants to the healthcare and social, the health and social setup in the UK who are having such an impact globally. We're having Professor Greta Westwood this morning in the UK, and this afternoon in Uganda. we're having Lisa Rodriguez, Mrs. Jemima Mutabazi, Miss Rose Chiwanuka, and Dr. Grace Nakate, as well as Dame Donna Kinea and Mrs. Speciosa Mbabali. Unfortunately, it looks like Lillian is having some trouble joining, but this is the time for our panelists to proceed. So the questions we have for this morning.
Yeah, she's joined us now. Thank you.
Is Lillian here? Okay. Lillian, would you please kindly take over?
Okay, thank you very much, team, and thanks to Elizabeth. I've been wondering because I've been waiting for this time, and so I'm like, what's happening? Anyway, thank you very much. A good afternoon to the people in Uganda, the people in Africa, the people in the UK, and maybe a good morning and a good night to every other people. Anyway, anyone who is listening in. Just before we go into the panel discussion, for those who do not know me, my name is Lillian Nwabine. I hold a Master of Nursing. The specialty is midwifery and women's health, and also a bachelor's degree in nursing, all from Makerere University, Uganda. I'm currently working as the continuous professional development coordinator for the Aga Khan University School of Nursing and Midwifery, Uganda. And maybe just briefly, before we go into the panel discussion, to tell you more about myself as the coordinator with the university since September 2019, I have been able to secure accreditation for the university by the Uganda Nurses and Midwives Council as the CPD center and provider. And then also additionally, I've also been able to secure the institution's accreditation for more than on newborn and child health, and of course adding on courses like leadership, and that's why we are here, management, and very many others. And then from September 2019 up to now, as the CPD coordinator, I've been able to successfully coordinate, organize, and conduct more than 45 trainings where we have seen more than 2,000 nurses and midwives from all over Uganda get equipped with knowledge and skills in the different areas. And then maybe to add on to that, when Uganda went into lockdown in March 2020, and that is last year, I was able to, with the team, to be able to quickly transition these trainings from face-to-face to online. And then more about myself as an advocate, being able to use various platforms to advocate for the well-being of midwives and nurses in Uganda and globally at large. And also I've been able to use different platforms to be able to educate the public, and most in particular the women, about women health related issues. So you can always check me out and check out my sites. Okay. So I think let's now go into the discussion. Let me introduce my panelists for this afternoon. We have Dr. Grace Nakate, who is from the School of Nursing and Midwifery at the Aga Khan University. Dr. Grace Nakate holds a Doctor of Philosophy or PhD in Nursing from the University of South Africa. And then she also holds a Master of Nursing Science from Uganda Christian University, Mukono. And then additionally, Dr. Grace Nakate holds a Bachelor of Science in Nursing from Makerere University. Maybe to add on to the experience of Dr. Grace Nakate, she has been a clinical nurse ward in charge for Mulago National Referral Hospital for over 19 years, and currently she is the senior faculty or lecturer at the Aga Khan University School of Nursing and Midwifery in Uganda from 2012 August up to date. And maybe to add on to that, Dr. Grace Nakate, additionally, she's also a mentor and also has carried out a lot of research, especially in documentation for the nurses in Uganda. And also she's a lecturer at the Uganda Christian University, Uganda Christian University in Uganda. So that is one of the panelists that we shall be having. And maybe to add on to that, more new panelists that are going to be joining us this afternoon, just in a few minutes from now. We have, we also have, let me talk briefly about Professor Donna Kina. She is a British nurse and former Chief Executive and General Secretary of the Royal College of Nursing, and she attended the Princess Alexandra School of Nursing at the Royal London History in Whitechapel in 1983 to train as a nurse. She has specialized in child protection, providing leadership in major hospital trusts in London, teaching and advising on legal and government committees. Professor Donna, she was a clinical director, emergency medicine, Chelsea and Westminster Foundation Trust Hospital, and previously child nurse to the National Health Service in Southeast London. Additionally, she advised the Prime Minister's Commission on the Future of Nursing and Midwifery in 2020, and she served also as the Nurse and Child Health Assessor to the Victoria Clinic Inquiry. Additionally, on to that, Professor Donna was a strategic commissioner for Lambeth Southwark and also Lewisham Health Authorities Children's Services. Let me talk more about Professor Donna. She also has managed hospital and community nursing teams and worked as a child protection service manager. She is an experienced nurse tutor, and she has also chaired working groups on several reviews in 2 children's services. She is also a consultant editor for the nursing management, and she was awarded she was also awarded as she was given an award for Commander of the Order of the British Empire. So those are the new panelists that we will be joining us this afternoon. However, we have heard from the other presenters, and they will also be coming in as panelists. Professor Grace Westwood will be joining us. Then Lisa Rodriguez will also be joining us. Then our senior historians here in Uganda in the nursing and midwifery profession, Mrs. Jemima Mutabazi, will also be joining us, and Miss Rose Chiwanika, just in case her internet is now stable, she will also be joining us. So those are our panelists for this afternoon. So what are we going to discuss this afternoon? Maybe I'm going to give each panelist just like 7 minutes, and would like to hear from each one of them. If they can quickly go back to when they were still young, like 21 years old, and they tell us, they share with us their experiences, the journey of nursing and midwifery, and where up to where they are now. And then they should also go ahead and tell us more about the themes relating to the next generation. Okay, so I will start with giving an opportunity to Dr. Grace Nakate. Wherever you are, the platform is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lillian. I'm Mary Grace Nakati. Currently, I'm working with Aga Khan University. I'm a lecturer. And recently, I was promoted to an assistant professor. And that comes with a lot of expectations from me. I trained as a registered nurse from Molago School of Nursing and Midwifery, and qualified way back in 1990. I worked as a clinical nurse. All the time I spent on the wards, I was taking care of patients. I didn't think of teaching, not at all. Until one day, Mama Jemima Mutabazi found me on a ward unit as I was the in charge. I was always with patients. And she told me that, you know what? You have to teach. I said, no, me, I can't teach. She insisted. So I followed her advice. That's how I entered into the teaching area. What do I have to say? With that, I want to say that we should always mentor others. Madame Jemima and Mama Babali have mentored us. We must mentor the young generation. We all have different capabilities. And if a person doesn't help you identify your capabilities, at times you may not know what you are. I didn't know that I could teach. The rest of it will be my witnesses. But these two people identified me, supported me. So we should always support our subordinates. As individuals, you may find that we have different capabilities. We see others are outgoing and are able to move on their own to find new activities. But we find that some of our nurses are self-centered. At times they don't move out. We need to engage. We need to learn how to engage. We must be seen as nurses. We must work hard to ensure that we develop the nursing fraternity. And I want to stress one component in nursing. We must remain focused. As a nurse, you've trained as a nurse. You have all the skills as a nurse. If you move away from the nursing, now that we are studying and moving to higher levels, you studied as a nurse. And then later on, you move into public health. And from public health, you are doing something different. You are not focused. If we are to develop as nurses, we need to remain focused, develop our career in the nursing profession. To us who have gone a bit higher, we need to advocate. Advocacy is very important. And once you move to higher levels, show what you've learned. Show that you are working at another level. Your papers shouldn't move ahead of you. What you do will show who you are. So let us endeavor to show who we are as nurses. Let us perform at a higher level and have a rationale always for your interventions. I will end with the documentation. We should always document our care. If we don't document the care that we give, nobody will ever remember that a nurse has been with this patient, a nurse has taken care of a given patient. They will always say that the nurses are doing nothing because we don't document. Thank you so much.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you very much, Dr. Grace Nakate, for talking to us and, for energizing us, for telling us where you started from and where you are now. Excellent. I hope that we have learned something from there and we are actually motivated to even, I can even say the sky is no longer even the limit. We can even go beyond the sky and be able to shine as nurses and midwives. Okay, thank you very much once again. So let's go. Let's have our next panelist, and that's none other than Professor Donna. Professor Donna, are you there?
Yes, I am. So thank you guys for inviting me, and it's a real privilege to be with you. And as I've been sitting listening this morning, I've been reflecting on my 38 years of my career. And, I spent some of that time in Africa, working in Kenya and sometime in the Caribbean and sometime in South Africa, working in Berea, which is quite near to Soweto. And as I've reflected on it, I'm going to talk about what nursing has given me, because it's afforded me the opportunity to develop a range of skills. And those skills are rooted in people. No matter if you call me dame or professor or whatever, the skills that I portray to my patients are the same skills. their skills of looking after them. When you think about the career as a young nurse, it's about the precise technical skills of dealing with somebody that's in a bed in ITU and being able to make sure that they're breathing properly and that their family is looked after. It is the skills of being a health visitor and working with families and understanding their particular health and social needs and being able to direct them to the right area. So when I think about the opportunity to every day engage with people from all different walks of life, people that I won't know, that they'll see me, I'll spend a portion of my time in their life, and then they'll move on and they'll be doing different things. But I think it's given me huge insight into people and their perspectives. And it was brought home to me recently because many of you won't know, but this year I broke my leg. I broke my femur, the biggest bone in my body. And that gave me a huge amount of time to reflect, sitting on an orthopedic board in the Royal London Hospital where I started my nursing. It gave me a huge amount of time to reflect on the things that I understand now and what I understood as my former 22-year-old self. And what it did is it really reminded me of the times that we intervene at critical moments in people's lives, at times when actually you've broken your leg and you're in fear and actually you don't know if you're going to be able to walk again because it's such a bad break. It's a critical moment. It's a moment where sometimes it's personal distress and sorrow. And for the midwives among us, it's often a time of happiness, a time when you can give precise education, public health education, to help those families on their way. It's a time when your skills come into play and we actually make a difference to those individuals. So I think one of the most important principles that I've learned is that it's the right of, in all of those circumstances, whether I've been in the Caribbean, whether I've been in Africa, whether I've been in the United Kingdom, that what we do is we stand alongside our patients and help them make the decisions that is right for them. You know, it isn't Donna Kinnear's leg that's broken. It was my leg, but actually it's not Donna Kinnear that's having the baby. It's Mrs. Smith or Mrs. somebody else. And my job is to be alongside them, support them, and help them get the best care in the most personalized way that we can deliver. And I think for me, it fundamentally, when I started out in nursing, I remember my director of nursing saying to me, you, Donna, are going to be a tutor one day, because that was all the vision that they could see for us. You know, at the time I started nursing, most of the nurses, as Lisa explained today, were enrolled nurses. And I happened to be one of those nurses that was going to become a more academic nurse. So my tutor, I can remember my director of nursing, was very taken with the fact that the most I would achieve in my life was a tutor. And it didn't just, it wasn't just because I was a Black person. It was often because I was a married woman, and they didn't think that being married existed alongside being able to nurse. Often you were meant to be in our profession, if you were married, you're meant to be at home having babies, and nobody even understood that you could do all of those things. You could be at home, have babies, work as a nurse, and do all the things you wanted to do. So I think for me, you know, this whole desire to be a nurse was the beauty of the education that you had, because every single ward you went on, there was some new disease, or every country I worked in, there was some different thing that confronted me that I had to learn about, that I had to have some knowledge in order to support my patients. And so I think that when we work alongside patients, sometimes they're looking for us to facilitate, sometimes they're looking for us to help them decide. And to me, that's the art of nursing. It is that actually, whether people have got any illness, any wellness, any struggle, any newness in the human experience, such as giving birth, these are moments when people are particularly vulnerable and they're unsure of the consequences or where that is taking them. And I think for me, it is for each and every one of us to attend to the wholeness of that person, making sure that our education benefits the individual in front of it. There's no point in being a PhD and not being able to deliver care with kindness and competence and skill. And so those are the things that I think have always guided my professional practice. I think as I sat on that ward, watching and thinking back to myself, when I thought back to my first, my second, my third ward, I recognise and respect the nurses that were around me. But the ones that I particularly respected are those that were able to empathise and assure me that they hear me, they see me, they know my plight, and that they could help me to push through that pain to help me walk again. So whatever we are in terms of leadership, and I always say this, is our job is to demonstrate the bravery and the courage to make sure that both our patients, but us as professionals, get the guidance, the competence, the skills we need. We need to be advocates for our profession, but also advocates for our patients in doing so. And actually, my job throughout my 38 years and certainly the last 20 years in leadership professions, is to make sure that I'm doing the right thing. I'm living by the values that we as a profession actually advocate. I'm living by the values that make sure that the care that my patient gets is of the right quality and the right standard. And that means that sometimes we have to be courageous, we have to be brave, we have to call it out. Many of you that will have seen me in England was caught, you know, I spent my last few months as the chief exec calling out the importance of protecting nurses so that they can protect the patients that they serve. And so what I would say is that nurses in leadership professions, wherever you are in the world, have to demonstrate a level of courage, but means that we need to act on behalf of the patients that we advocate for. And then we also need to act on behalf of the nurses that we advocate for. And my job is to make sure I'm being brave and courageous, but also a role model to those that are coming behind me. So that's what I wanted to say this morning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Donna, for giving us those kind remarks. I really, really appreciate, and I believe that every nurse out there, every midwife out there has learned something from that, and together we can be able to make a different world. Okay, thank you very much. At this juncture, allow me to give the opportunity to Professor Greta Westwood. She had earlier talked, however, on this discussion. Let's hear from her. Professor Greta, are you online?
Yes, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, the platform is yours.
Thank you. So, what a great opportunity to talk about us as nurses. It's an interesting reflection of our nursing journey and how we've got to where we've got to. Oh, that's not me. Anyway, I shall carry on. So my nursing journey started probably many years before other people's nursing journeys, and by that I mean when I've spoken to nurses recently, I've managed to get my nursing journey on 5 slides, and each slide represents a decade, and that's shocking because that means I'm in my 5th decade, my 50th year, well, within that 5th decade. So I've actually been in the nursing profession since 1979, so that's 43 years. So my 5 slides are my nursing career, but there is one slide that I haven't done yet, but it's still in my head. And it made me think this morning about what would be in that slide. And that's the slide before I became a nurse. And my inspiration for being a nurse was my mother. My mother was a volunteer for the British Red Cross, which meant that probably once or twice a week she would disappear out of the house, probably to escape all of us children. But she wore the most delicious nurse's outfit. She wasn't a nurse, she was a volunteer. She wore the most delicious outfit, and I just would stroke that outfit when it was hung up in the wardrobe, because I knew that one day I would want to be a nurse. And the other part of that is, as a Christmas present one year, I was given this tiny little book called a Ladybird book about the nurse. And the front page is a lovely picture about this what a nurse looked like. And that's what my mother looked like. And I wanted to be that person. But interestingly, on the page, it says, a nurse's job is to look after people who are ill. Hospitals are full of sick people who need special care to help them get better. These sick people are called patients. Many nurses work in hospitals taking care of patients. Next paragraph. Doctors in the hospitals find out about patients' illnesses. Then the doctors tell the nurses what to do to help the patients to get better. The nurses carry out the doctor's orders and care for the patients until they're well enough to go home. And my oldest brother was destined to be a doctor. And I remember reading this page thinking, oh God, does that mean that people like him are going to be bossing me around on the ward? So that was my first introduction to nursing on my first slide. And then another Christmas, I received this book about Florence Nightingale. So I have a slide before I started nursing. And the other bit about that slide is actually, I was not very good at school. I was always in trouble. I couldn't be bothered to learn. My brother was very clever and I probably was a bit rebellious, and I thought, why should I do that? So I left school early without hardly any qualifications. And I told my mother one day that I'd left school and I was going to work in a supermarket, and I'd got the job. And she said to me in her very motherly way, well, what about your dream about becoming a nurse, Greta? How are you going to do that working in a supermarket? Anyway, I carried on working in the supermarket, absolutely loved it. But my mother was able to find me, I don't know how she did, was able to find me a nursing program that I could start before I was a state registered nurse. And that's looking after people who've got broken legs, Donna. And that was my orthopedic nursing certificate, which I started in 1979. And the day I put that uniform on, I have never taken it off. I have never, ever not been proud to be a nurse. And I've always stayed registered. I've never had any break in service. I've had some terrible crises in my personal life, but I never waned. I was committed to my career as a nurse. But my career was a little bit wavy, let's put it that way, based on the fact that I hadn't got a clear plan in my head. But it didn't really matter to me because the jobs that I had, I totally loved them. And if I didn't love them, then I would find the next job that I liked. So that was kind of the start of my nursing career. It was proud to be a nurse, but it was making certain that I had a job that fulfilled my values, and making sure that I was a role model to other people. However, I met a friend who also was a nurse we were working on a neurological ward, and she wanted to work overseas, and she convinced me that it would be a good idea to get some experience of working in a hospital in Switzerland. Now, for those that you know, Switzerland's broken into different foreign language speaking, and she wanted to work in a French speaking hospital. Now, I didn't do very well at school. I barely got a French O-level, but I convinced myself that I could probably go work as a nurse in a French speaking hospital. Why I ever thought I could do that, I have no idea. But in the back of my head, ever since, I've always had this idea that despite everything, if there is something that I want to do, I will do it. So off I went. We went to Switzerland. We had the most amazing time. Apart from the time I was crying in the loos because I couldn't understand what the nurses were saying to me in French. But I'm not a defeatist. I wouldn't ever not finish something. So I stayed, and I was in charge of a higher dependency unit in the end, French speaking. So my medical French is brilliant, but it's not so good if you ask me to go and get a loaf of bread from the local bakery. So my career, you've heard a bit about my career in the introductions about me, but I think the most privileged time, I was a midwife when I came back, but then I then moved into genetic counselling, which was a new thing for nurses to do in the 80s, but it was fast moving and I quite liked that. It was nobody else was doing it. I kind of like things like that, setting up stuff. I felt very privileged to be working with families who were in the despair of their lives. They perhaps had a baby with a congenital malformation, and they potentially knew that it might be genetic, and they were seeking advice about what the chances of that happening again. So I stayed for 20 years, but I did do my master's in the middle of that, and I started my PhD. And at that particular time, I started to realize there were role models that I wanted to model myself against, and people that believed in me. So the thing that I've been very, I've always sought out mentors. So that would be a take-home message for me, is find a good mentor. And they're great mentors at a certain part of your career, but then you might need to change them because your career slightly changed and you find the next mentor. There is one particular mentor that stayed on my shoulder since 1999, and she's still on my shoulder, uttering those words that I need to pay attention to. So, so great role models, great mentors. And then my last thing, so I left the NHS after 39 years and now work in this amazing charity. And it's doing the things that I love. I love finding people and developing people. That's the thing I've done all my latter part of my career in the NHS. And nurses responding to that type of development and seeing how they progress through their careers, just so rewarding. And then being able to do that in this role is totally fulfilling. And then what happens during the pandemic, so this is my last bit of the story, is I was very aware as the news was breaking that the foundation was going to have to halt its operation because we don't get any income unless we're delivering anything. And I was the new chief exec. I'd never been a chief exec before. I was the new chief exec. I'd been there for 4 months only, with great plans about what to do during Florence's bicentenary year. But the overwhelming thing for me was about the foundation, of course, but how could I support the NHS? What could I do? I couldn't sit in my house doing this job remotely without supporting the NHS. So I did go back and work for 2 months at the start of the pandemic for 2 days a week, providing a supportive service for nurses and midwives. And it was hard work because I was doing that and trying to manage making sure the charity survived. And then, so that was really rewarding, and I'm glad I did it. The very last bit of that story is my husband, in the middle of the pandemic, went and had a myocardial infarction. Quite out of the blue. He is super fit. He spent his whole life in the military. I mean, really fit. And so out of the blue, this fit man who I just took for granted every day, he would cycle backwards and forwards to work. Suddenly he was blue lighted off to hospital. And a bit like Donna said, I had to believe that those nurses would act on my behalf to support and look after him. And because I couldn't be there, I couldn't even go to the hospital, I had to stay at home. And so I still to this day remember the words my husband said. Oh, I'm going to get emotional now, for goodness sake, goodness. My husband said about nursing and nurses. He and quite a lot were not necessarily UK nurses, so nurses from overseas. And he said the most profound things to me about nurses. And he turned his, I mean, he is a complete champion of nursing, even more so, even though, despite what my job is. But I had to trust the nurses to look after him, and importantly, he had to trust them, and they did. He came home very well after a couple of days, and he's now sorted out. Fingers crossed. But that made me realise how much trust our patients' families, their relatives, give us when they hand over someone for us to look after. And we have the most privileged job in the whole world. Nobody, not one single other profession could compare with the job, the honour that we have to look after people in their days, hours, nights, weeks of despair. So my closing thing is, I've never ever looked back. This has been my career all of my life. I've still got lots to give. there's still new things that I want to do. But it's a privilege, it's an honor. So that's my story.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much, Professor Greta, for that motivational story. And indeed, there is a life at the end of the tunnel. There is always a bright life at the end of the tunnel. Thank you very much. We do really appreciate. I believe that each and every one of you out there has been able to listen into Professor Greta and has really appreciated. And at the end of it all, I believe that moving way forward from today, we shall learn something. We have learned something from her, and we shall be different. So maybe just to give some shout outs to our fellow nurses and midwives in different clusters out there in Uganda. We have nurses and midwives from Iganga. We have nurses and midwives watching and actually online from Masaka District, Masaka Regional Referral Hospital, from Fort Portal, from Hoima Referral Hospital, from Northern Uganda in Arua, at Arua Regional Referral Hospital, from Western Uganda, Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. We have nurses and midwife clusters from Gulu in Northern Uganda, Gulu Regional Referral Hospital, from Mbale, Eastern Uganda, Mbale Regional Referral Hospital. We also have a group or a class of nurses and midwives from Mulago National Referral Hospital. We also have another cluster from Lira Regional Referral Hospital, from Butabika Psychiatric National Referral Hospital. And also we have nurses and midwives from the military, from Bombo. Thank you very much for listening in. I hope you are enjoying each and every other thing that is going on. Okay, so let's go to our next panelist. My dear panelists, you have around 7 minutes to really tell us your journey of nursing. So let's hear from our historian, Mrs. Jemima Mutabazi from Uganda. Mrs. Jemima, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, the platform is yours. Please take over.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to tell you my story, which I thought I would write in a book, but I'll give you a few highlights now, since I'm starting to write my own book. My journey is really long. Starting 1971 to 73, when I graduated as a registered nurse, Munago School of Nursing. And I did 7 years of that, and I thought I was doing a good job. But then I realized that some nurses were a bit rude, and some mothers were complaining. I said, no, let me go and do midwifery and be a good midwife there. So 1979, I went and did midwifery and said, I'm going to be a very good midwife. Let me deliver these mothers, and they go home with a smile. I did. But then I realized my colleagues were not doing as I was doing. I said, no, it is teaching which is missing. Let me go and teach. Now, in our time, to go to do the teaching, the pediatric, the public health, you needed to be double trained. So I had become double trained. I was eligible for the tutors college. So I went. Reaching in the tutors college, teaching things to do with attitude, courtesy, ethical is a bit hard, because when you teach them the class and they see what you are teaching, they go in the hospital there. There is no mentor, no mentorship. They see different things, you teach different things. Then I said, we need to do more. Mentorship is an issue. Then I had an opportunity in 87 to go and do a bachelor's degree in Lusaka, Zambia, which I did, and came back. But when I was there, I was challenged. It was a post-basic program. It was teaching already nurses to become degree nurses and go and do more, and even started doing research. Then I said, when I go home, I'm going to embark on starting these degree programs in Uganda, but where is the money and who will support you? So it was such a big hassle. And I think specifically that will add on that we had a real hassle. Although we got money to start the degree program from Women's Project in USA, we sat on that money for 2 years, but they could not allow us to have nurses get a degree. The reason was why nurses should have a degree. They didn't need it. All they needed was to care for patients, give them urinals and bed bags, and that was it. Then they would challenge us, you don't need a degree as a nurse. And I would say, yes, we need a degree because you care for human beings. And I would tell them, those are our colleagues, the doctors, that even people who study soil and forest and trees, they are having degree and masters. What of us? So it was a hassle for 2 years, but we started, and that is a story for another day. Then 1990, I had an opportunity to go and do masters in USA, because then if you have a degree, you can't teach in the university. How are you going to start teaching when you have also the same degree? So I got it, I got masters in USA, and then I said, now I am fully fledged to start my programs I had wanted. Remember previously we had horizontal development. People would do this, extend that, you are a nurse, you do midwifery, you do psychiatry, you do public health, you are just on horizontal growth, but no upward growth. And I thought, as a master's person, this is now my challenge to make sure that my colleagues, the nurses will now do degree and do masters and PhD. And I thank God it has happened. Now, along the way, I had gotten married in 1974, and I had 6 children to care for. And I was juggling work, family, you name it. I realized that while you are on the world, you needed mentorship, and mentorship is an issue. Even today, it is mentorship, that we need to mentor our colleagues, the young ones and the old ones, and all of us. But I realized also that good manners can take you very far. ESCO practice is very, very, very important. Communication is crucial. And even now, we are still grappling with the same issues, because some people don't seem to think communication is important, ESCO practice is important, and therefore our nursing quality remains low because of those things. I taught at Mackay University after that master's. Then I said, okay, Mackay University is well established, but what other program can we have? Because not everybody will come to Mackay University. So when I got an opportunity to work at Aga Khan University, I gave them 3 years, and we started a nursing program there with the other colleagues. Then while I was there, Uganda Christian University approached me and said, we want to start a degree program. I said, this is what I saw to do. I will come and help. And I went to Uganda Christian University till my retirement. What has been my strength? Identifying talents in students and colleagues to make sure that they move forward. And I have done it. In fact, many of the people in the field there know Jema Mutabazi. When you go there, they are already saying, oh, our mentor. And so I'm very happy that even Grace Nakate, who is a doctor, can remember that we identified her for what she has achieved. I worked as a vice president of Uganda Nurses and Midwives Association, the vice. Not much I could do, but while there, I had an opportunity to go to Arusha to develop the EXA model of nursing. I was part of the group that developed that model, and I'm proud about it. And I worked as chairperson of Uganda Nurses and Midwives Council for 2 terms, and my ambition there was to shorten the process of registration. For 6 years, it had shortened. It was very short. I'd get those certificates, and within 2 weeks period, I would send them back. And people were beginning to be very happy. I think it is still continuing. Then, when we started the Department of Nursing at Uganda Christian University, of course, I was to be head of department because I was the only one there to start it with a colleague from Bethel University, USA. So I became head of department, and I said, now I'm head of department. I'm going to be a very good leader. I will listen to my colleagues. I will counsel them. We shall do a good work. And one thing I put in place was that any clinical course had to be escorted by the person teaching it. You cannot stay home when your students are in the hospital. I told my colleagues that, remember, UCU doesn't have a hospital. We are going in other people's places. We must go with our students. And I think it is still happening, and I think it is very helpful. To date, maybe there are many other things to say. I'm a consultant with the Kampala International University to help them start master's program for specialized areas. And we have already developed, I think, a document with 5 outlets. If it is approved, we are going to have many specialists. Now, what has been my strength? I'm happy that one of the programs I started have continued to grow stronger. In fact, now we are having not only masters, but PhDs. And the many of those PhDs are the ones that came through our hands, my hands and Speciosa's and many others. But for me particularly, I'm happy that at least there is an impact that we have done. At first, I worked in a malnourished ward for children, and that gave me an access to the mothers. And now I want to work with the mothers to help them look after their babies. I like mostly clinical instruction, because if you don't go with students in the clinical, they find other things. They may even find malpractice, and they bring back that kind of thing. So you go with them and make sure you teach them. It is vital for upcoming nurses and midwives to remind them about ethical practice. They are seeing what is going on, their shortage and everything, and sometimes even very, very malpractice being done. I don't want to mention them. Nurses, they must write. They must write their care, because anything that is not written has not been done. They must write. I want to finally say that, because 7 minutes is very little, that I was recognized by the president of our country for the immense contribution I made to nursing education, and I'm very proud of the placard they gave me. And those who want more stories, I can be reached on my mobile and my email. Thank you very much. I think I'm within time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, our mentor, our senior, our historian, Mrs. Jemima Mutabazi, for that, for sharing with us. We really appreciate. And I think, had it not been because of you, I don't think that I would also be where I am. So thank you very much for contributing to the growth of the nursing and midwifery profession. A hand clap for you. So anyway, let's move on. Maybe just a reminder to our panelists, we have 7 minutes for each one of you. So let's have our next panelist, and that is none other than Lisa Rodriguez. The platform is yours. Kindly take over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lillian, and thank you for the reminder about 7 minutes. I think we all think we're going to take 7 minutes, but then we become so interested in our own story, but fascinated to hear all of you. And I've changed what I was going to say completely each time I've heard the previous speaker. So I've been scribbling away here. Thank you so much to everybody. It's inspiring. So I started my nursing career in 1973, so I'm 66 now. I still feel that I'm a nurse, and you asked us to reflect back on where we were when we were 21 and what we would say to ourselves today, or something along those lines. So age 21, I was 3 years into a 4-year nursing course. I felt very skilled by then. I was apparently very good at looking after the very sick children that I was caring for at the Hospital for Sick Children, Great Ormond Street, but I wasn't very happy. I was like a fish out of water, really. And although they'd send me off to work in the most intensive areas, and they said that was where my career would be, I would be working in intensive care, I didn't feel comfortable. I found the organisation sexist and hierarchical and judgmental, and I think it was probably quite classist, you know, depending on where you went to school. It was also certainly racist. I didn't feel happy there, and I remembered an experience from the previous year when I was 20 and I'd been out doing my general training, because we did a course where you were trained as a general nurse, a sick children's nurse, and as a midwife across the 4 years. So I was doing my general training in Cambridge, and I went out with a health visitor for the elderly. And I remember meeting a lady. Well, she said we were going to go and see this lady who I'd previously looked after in hospital. And this lady was, she'd had a stroke, and basically she turned her face to the wall. She'd given up. She wasn't eating or drinking. And so I thought she was dead. And when the health visitor said, we're going to visit this lady, I thought, well, it can't be the same one. We got to her little cottage in a village, and she hobbled to the front door and opened the door to us. And it was the same person. And she was like a different person, because she was in her own house, and she made us a cup of tea. And I remember her cat sleeping on the windowsill in the sunshine, and she had an outside toilet, and it was a very basic little cottage that she lived in, but she was home and she was happy, and that's where she wanted to be. And it made me realize, it was a revelation really, made me realize that that's where people live. Even if they come into hospital, they live in their own homes. And so despite the views of the people at Great Ormond Street, that I would make a great staff nurse and maybe even a ward sister, I decided to leave as soon as I qualified, or very shortly afterwards, and go and train to be a health visitor. And I've never regretted it. Probably the best part of my nursing practice being a health visitor, supporting people at home with great challenges. And because I've lived in the same place for a long time, I still bump into women that I've supported who had postnatal depression or difficulty breastfeeding, or were experiencing domestic violence, or just poverty, addiction, mental health problems. And it's just a privilege really to have had that experience. So my first lesson I would take from when I was young is wherever you're working, find the place where you can make the most difference, and be fussy, be choosy about that place. And I take that from Mary Seacole. I think that's what she did. That's why she went to the Crimea. She knew she could make a difference. Now, I've just thought about this because Greta spoke very warmly and movingly about her husband. This last year has been a very, very tough year for me and my family. Although I coach healthcare professionals and doctors, nurses, physios, others through the work that I do with London South Bank University, and I work with executives and others through my own practice. I've had more to do with the NHS in the last year because of my mother and my sister-in-law. So my mother was 91. She died in November, but I was looking after her before that. And we had a lot to do with the NHS, and her care was absolutely outstanding. She died in hospital, but surrounded by her family. And despite COVID, the care was amazing. But also my sister-in-law, who was my friend, because we were health visitors together, and I introduced her to my brother. So I knew her as a friend before she became my sister-in-law. She's been very ill with ovarian cancer, and she died 6 weeks ago. And her care has been outstanding. And she was only 60 when she passed away. And of course, it's a very great sadness to me, but even more so to my brother and my niece and nephew and the rest of the family. I feel huge gratitude and amazement. And I felt this very much meeting nurses in hospital, fellowship and sisterhood with my fellow nurses. Although I'm not on the register anymore, I'm still a nurse. I still feel like a nurse. I think once you're a nurse, you always will be a nurse. You'll always be able to walk into a healthcare setting and know immediately whether it's somewhere you would want to be cared for, or whether it was somewhere you would want to leave a member of your family. And I'm so grateful for the care that my family received. And I hope you'll all be blessed in the same way when you come to using services. Now, these days, I work with other people and I do coaching, I do mentoring. Some of my work's voluntary through the Mary Seacole Trust and as a Samaritan. Some of it I get paid for. I'm very lucky for that. What I would say to my younger self, and this is sort of my third lesson really, is you weren't very happy then when you were 21, but you will be okay. But you will only be okay if you're kind to yourself. And it's only by being kind to yourself that you can be kind and help other people. And I think that's what Mary Seacole says. She offers the hand of friendship and support to everybody who comes in contact with her. She's a very kind person. She has a very kind face. And that's what I think nurses bring. They bring kindness. So my third lesson to all nurses is look after yourselves, and then you can be kind and you can be compassionate, and your well of compassion will never be empty. So that's what I would say to my 21-year-old self. Lillian, thank you very much. I hope that wasn't too much over 7 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much, Lisa, for sharing with us that journey. Lisa is a writer, she's a coach, she's a mental health campaigner, and name it. Thank you very much, Lisa. We do really appreciate. Okay, so let's have our next panelist, and that is none other than Mrs. Mbabali Spitioza. Mrs. Spitioza Mbabali, are you online? Mrs. Spitioza Mbabali. Okay, so as the Mrs. Spitioza Mbabali gets ready. Her place, please. Oh yes, I was going to invite you. Miss Rose Chuwanika, I was also going to invite you as our next panelist. The platform is yours. Kindly take over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I hope this time the network behaves. I will go straight on to my journey as a nurse. My journey started in 1993. I started off as an enrolled nurse. Then I registered, and after 7 years, I went into palliative care, and later on I did my bachelor's in nursing. But for 10 years, it was bedside nursing in hospital setting. It became a routine for me. Every day you're going to see patients, you tend the patients, you provide bedpans, that kind of thing. And what really demotivated me was to be the doctor's assistant, because you cannot take decision, but you're always told, do this, do that, do this, do that. And it became routine for me, and I craved for change. And most of all, the thing is, we were not being appreciated. We were doing so much, but the appreciation was not there. And then in '93, I heard about palliative care, and I wanted to venture into that new specialty. But I was scared. It was very new. We didn't know exactly what it was. And there were lots of stories, because there was this problem of using morphine to help patients' pain. And people thought that was going to kill patients. So when I told my colleagues that I wanted to get into palliative care, they told me that was career suicide. And I was like, now, I really want to see these patients get better. How do I do it? Lucky enough, I met the lady who introduced palliative care in Uganda, and that was Dr. Anne Merriman. And she came patients. By that time, I was actually the ward in charge. When she asked me, do you have patients in pain? I was like, wow, we have almost the entire ward, because it was a surgical ward, and then they were mixing it up with gynae cases. They all have pain. But then I remembered that we had one particular patient whom we had isolated because she had a lot of pain and her pain was not being controlled. And all the time she would keep calling, nurse, come and help, my pain. And then you'd ask a doctor, the patient is in a lot of pain, and the doctor says, well, wait until after 8 hours. If you give her more, she would be addicted. And when you give her that injection, the patient gets a relief, and when the pain comes back, she's calling you, the nurse, because she thinks you can help. So when Dr. Anne came into the ward with the palliative care skills and helped patients' pain, I was like, what is this? Because I remember that patient who had a lot of pain, who had not slept for a week, was given a tablet, just a tablet to chew, and the pain went away. And I came to learn that was a morphine tablet. So when that pain went away, I was like, I think this is where I need to go. And she had foul-smelling discharge, which we could not take away. We did douching, nothing. It was not being helped. And she gave her just metronidazole to insert in her vagina. And the next day, the smell was not there. I was like, I think this is where I need to go. So I joined palliative care. I trained as a palliative care nurse, and it made me feel like I was an all-round nurse. I learned to identify patients in pain who needed palliative care. I learned to assess. I learned to diagnose pain, even to manage until the patient would get discharged, and even work with this patient up to the end, I mean up to death, and even support them through their bereavement. I was like, I think this is what we need to do. I felt independent. I felt I could do things that I was not able to do when I was doing general nursing. I felt a whole nurse. And I prayed that if all nurses could get this kind of training, it would be good. But despite the knowledge and the skills I had acquired, I was often opposed by the doctors. They didn't like me documenting in the patient's files. They didn't want me to put the management plan in those patients' files. I remember one time when I went to one of the hospitals where they had requested the palliative care team to go and see the patient. When I put down when I documented my findings, when I documented my planning, the the senior doctor stood up and said, "Who is that who has written in my chart?" As if that was a personal chart, and yet it was a patient's file. So I stood up and told him that I was the one, because we had been asked to go and see that patient. And he was like, "You are not supposed to write in that patient chart. It's only the doctors who write in these charts." That really pained me, because I thought we are all there to support each other, to care for the patients, which was not respected. And I went out saying, or determined, to advocate for palliative care. Lucky enough, I was promoted and I went into the training department, and I headed the training department. And I encouraged healthcare nurses to come for palliative care training, because palliative care is actually a nurse-led specialist. I encouraged them to come for training. Unfortunately, the tuition was a problem to most of our nurses, because, as you know, we don't get a lot. So when I realized that tuition was a challenge, I thought there needed to be a way of making sure we help these nurses. So I established a scholarship program for nurses who wanted to undertake palliative care. I got friends from the US, and they were like, "We need to support you." So they supported me, and we established this scholarship program to support 30 students per year. And I want to say that that really worked out well, because palliative care then started spreading after all these nurses had been trained. But we didn't stop there. We had to do advocacy, and targeted advocacy, which helped us to get to the core of the problem. Now I'm proud that palliative care is a specialty, because Mulago School of Nursing is offering this course. Palliative care is in a policy documents of Ministry of Health, although we still don't have a standalone palliative care policy. I want to say that palliative care has spread to 97 districts of Uganda. I was supposed to show you the map, but I couldn't, because the internet didn't allow me to give my presentation. And we have over 13 hospices to support patients in their homes. And palliative care is in the regional referral hospitals as palliative care units. So a lot has been done. But on top of that, nurses are allowed to prescribe opioids, which was not the case. It was through this advocacy that we were able to get the nurses prescribe opioids, and then a lot of task shifting, because nurses are now being consulted to see palliative care patients. And that was done because of the establishment of the Palliative Care Association of Uganda, which was established to promote palliative care service provision, to promote healthcare workers, but also to work with Ministry of Health to ensure that palliative care actually is integrated in the healthcare system. And I'm glad to point out that we have certificates in palliative care, diploma in palliative care, degree in palliative care, and a master's degree in palliative care, which has started. And I think I have a lot to say, but I don't know whether my 7 minutes are over. I'll submit. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, our senior, our mentor, Miss Chiwanuka Rose. A very inspiring story. I don't know if what you have picked is what I have picked. I've picked, resilience, determination, being focused, knowing what you want and going for it. Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Once again, I can see that we are headed, to the best, and we are almost there. Nevertheless, thank you very much once again for your kind words, for the inspiring story, for the amazing story. We do really appreciate that so much. Oh, wow. Goal setting. Oh, wow. Thank you very much. So let's have our next panelist, and that is none other than Dr. Grace Nakate, who is a senior faculty at the Aga Khan University School of Nursing and Midwifery. Dr. Nakate, my senior, are you there? Dr. Grace Nakate, my senior faculty at Aga Khan University School of Nursing and Midwifery, Uganda. Are you there? The platform is yours.
Lillian, dear, I'm around.
Great, great.
Thank you so much. You'll excuse me, I will not put on my here because I will go off.
It's okay, no
I'm
problem.
here to talk about moving the fraternity forward, adopting advanced technology and research in clinical practice. How can we advance technology and use it in clinical practice? We are seeing technology breakthrough that occur at every ever increasing rate. We are seeing revolutionization where humans are now replaced by technology. We used to come around our patients, take the blood pressure, get the respiratory rate, that touch. Currently, we are using technology to get all this information. So we are seeing technology advancements as somehow replacing the nursing care. We don't want to see this. Let us use technology to advance our practice. How can the human nurse or remain relevant as a practitioner of nursing amidst the advancement of technology? So we should decide which aspects of life should be delegated to technology. We should remain with our patients, though technology has come in. We shouldn't leave everything to technology. We must have that human touch. But how can we use technology to advance nursing? So we see that nurses should oversee the introduction of the automated technology and artificial intelligence, ensuring their practice is not jeopardized. We are adopting the electronic health records. Let us use the information created in the electronic records to conduct and carry out nursing research. What does that mean? We need to use technology, get the information that concerns our patients, and store it safely using technology. Whatever you do, record it where technology is available. This is the best way of keeping records. These records are going to be used by the nurses to conduct or carry out research. That's why I say that let us embrace evidence-based practice to improve the nursing care. We are going to conduct research and use the research that is available in improving patient care. How do we do this? By embracing technology. Use technology to identify all the available information regarding nursing. Let us use technology to identify research studies that can advance our practice. Let us conduct research and improve the care that we give to the patients by using it in the evidence-based practice. As we conduct research, we shall inform policy. We shall develop protocols that will improve care. As nurses, let us work together using technology to conduct research research done or conducted in a group has better outcomes other than working individually. Now that we have technology, we can reach out to each other. You can work with a person in Gulu, leader, using technology, and you conduct research and publish as a group. We should always publish our work. In most cases, we shelve the research and we don't use it. If we are to move the nursing fraternity forward, we need to embrace technology. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nakate Grace, for giving us that information and for telling us more about nurses and midwives getting involved into research and technology. We do understand that it is most important for us as nurses and midwives to use evidence-based information or data in whatever we are doing. So our practices, our care of the patients, and very many other things that we do for the well-being of our patients, it's most important that we use evidence-based information, evidence-based recommendations, and very many others. And also what I have picked from there, we need to be flexible as nurses and midwives. Technology has come up, so it is also important that we embrace it as much as possible. Let the world not leave us behind. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Nakate Grace. Okay, so let's have our, before we go into the Q&A session, let's have our next panelist, and that is none other than Sister Babali Spiciosa. Could you be online now? Sister Babali.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm pleased to be back, and I'm pleased to tell my story too. What inspired me to become a nurse was my desire to be able to help my family, my friends, and the people who are having problems with illness, suffering from unusual conditions. Because when I was growing up as a child, I used to see so many people feeling so bad and taking lifts on taxis to go to hospital. So I was inspired that if I became a nurse, I definitely would be able to help them. And if my mom or my dad or my family member fell sick, I would be able to help them. I really had a desire to help because I didn't want to see like people like my mom, my dad, my siblings suffer without my help. That was my very first inspiration to become a nurse. Then soon after secondary school, I looked for an opportunity to do nursing. And I wanted to do nursing at a much higher level than what was being taught at home. At home in Uganda at that time, we had a lot of nurses taught at certificate level. And I was not even registered in nursing. But from reading magazines, nursing magazines and other magazines from abroad, I could see nurses abroad. We are doing so much more than nurses here in Uganda. So I desperately wanted to go to study abroad. And fortunately, very fortunately, I had an opportunity because I went through a certain priest, asked him about the nursing schools abroad. He gave me some addresses to which I wrote. And in those days, can you imagine the letters back to me? I applied in 3 places, but the letters back to me came on a ship, not in a plane. Up to now, I'm wondering what happened. But they came on a ship, and a certain school, a broad green school of nursing in Liverpool, UK, offered me a position, but there was no money. So I desperately spoke to my father, who was really having little money. He had a motorbike, and he had to sell his motorbike to send me to the UK to study nursing because he really also wanted to have a nurse in the family. So he sold the motorbike and I went to the UK, to Liverpool, and I studied nursing and midwifery at registered level. But I was not satisfied. I said, no, but I think I can do more than that. I want to be able to nurse in the ward, because we had really done a lot of nursing in the ward during my training. But I also want to teach others so that they too can do something for the patients. I want to teach them so that we become many of us to work for the patients. So I went and studied. I did some clinical practice in nursing and midwifery at the hospital where the nursing school I trained was. And after clinical practice, I applied to the Victoria University of Manchester to take me on for tutorship of nursing. And they did take me on. And I studied there for a year. Then I returned home. I had no idea, no desire to remain abroad. I was dying to go home and help people. So when I came back to Uganda, I was assigned to do teaching at a certificate nursing school. And there I taught for 1 year. Then I was transferred to a registered nursing school, the national one, Mulago School of Nursing, the national school for registered nurses in Uganda. So I taught there, and through the years, I was more and more challenged to do more, both for the teaching as well as for the patients on the wards. However, my passion had always been and still is to make sure that people who are not where I am can actually move up to where I am and beyond. So from that time, my passion was nursed by me, and I really tried at the School of Nursing for registered nurses. At one time, I became the principal. After becoming the principal, in 1975, I really looked for a chance to go and do a bachelor's degree in Nigeria. I applied to the World Health Organization and asked for a scholarship. But at that time, those were Amin's time. If any of you have ever heard of our president tyrant, Idi Amin, and World Health Organization said, we have received your application, but because of the political situation in your country, we cannot offer. So I was so devastated. However, I persisted. Long after Amin, actually not long after, but shortly after Amin left the scene, I applied for a scholarship through Ministry of Health to go and study for a master's degree. And at that time, I had competed worldwide for a prize for a person who would have written a very good essay on primary health care in their country. So I competed, and I was one of the people who won a scholarship of $3, which was to be put on the education of the person who has surfaced. So I was offered I was given actually the $3,000. Then I said, okay, I have to advance for the good of nursing and for the good of the patients to get them a lot more, better service. So I asked the Ministry of Health to assist by awarding me some money to add to my $3,000, which I had won as one of the people who did well in the Asian and African continents. And the Minister of Health said, okay, we give you money. They gave me money. I went back to Liverpool, UK, and I did a master's degree in community health. And when I came back, I thought I was going back to the registered nursing school, but the Minister of Health decided I must go to Makerere University and start a nursing degree there. And I couldn't understand because I had never been had never been a head of a department at a university. I was lost in thoughts, but I said, this is a big challenge. I have been looking for this. I must pull others to the level that I have reached. So I went to Makerere. At first, I was there alone when Mrs. Mutabazi was still doing her master's. When she came back, we continued together and we developed very many, and we are so happy that everybody in clinical, in education, in administration are doing extremely well. Dr. Nakate is making over her own hand. I thank God for that. Many others are. All the nurses in Kampala, in Uganda, are very, very, very good people. And I'm so happy to see them because they are working very hard in their areas of practice. So right now what I'm doing is to encourage nurses, young nurses, to take the route of passion for nursing, passion for the patient, passion for mentoring and pulling others, and not just be satisfied because you are there. And that's what I'm trying to advocate. So at the moment I'm in retirement, but I am still trying to still influence young nurses, because now I'm a chairperson of the school council for a training school in Zambia, St. Francis Training School. I'm a member of the school council, and I'm a member of the governing board of St. Francis Zambia Hospital. I am a member of the board of governors, and I do like to push ideas for nurses to make sure that the nurses anywhere are not left behind in practice and in everything else. So I'm still living my passion, and I wish every nurse to live their passion and make it real. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much, our senior, our mentor, the educationist. Oh my God, thank you very much, Madam Speciosa Mbabali. I hope that everyone out there has been able to listen into her really motivational story, inspiring story, amazing story. Thank you very much. We really appreciate all our panelists and can't take it for granted. And indeed, I am a true product of Mrs. Speciosa Mbabali and Mrs. Jemima Mutabazi. I remember also me, of course, as a moderator, I can say 1, 2, 3 words. I remember in 2009 when I joined Makerere University for the Bachelor of Science in Nursing. I remember seeing Madam Speciosa Mbabali, and later on in 2017 when I joined still Makerere University for the Master of Nursing, Specialty Midwifery and Women's Health. Oh my God, all this is because of the great people that actually have talked to us, the panelists that have worked hard to ensure that actually the nursing and midwifery profession flag is very high. So we can't take you for granted. We really appreciate you so much. And together we shall be able to raise the flag of the nursing and midwifery profession. Thank you very much, all our panelists. Very good sharings, very good stories. We really appreciate amazing stories, and we can't take it for granted. Keep inspiring us, keep motivating us, and we shall never let you down. Thank you once again. So let's go into the Q&A session. Okay, let's go into the Q&A session. Any questions for our panelists? Maybe just to be very sure, if our panelists are still on. Professor Greta, are you there? Lisa, are you there? Mrs. Jemima Mutabazi, are you there? Of course, Mrs. Speciosa Mbabali is already on. Miss Rose Chiwanuka, are you there? Dr. Grace Nakate, are you on? And lastly, Professor Donna, are you on? Those are our panelists, and those were the panelists for this afternoon, and they are online waiting to hear from all of you. Do you have any questions for them? Please feel free. Feel free to raise your hand. Feel free to put something in the chat area so that they can be able to share a lot more with us. Okay, maybe in the meantime, as you're thinking through, yes, Elizabeth, you have something for them?
Yes, please. And I think listening to all these amazing stories, your journeys, thank you so much, have really been inspiring. And I think everyone is trying to take it in, and there's so much going on in the chat group. But mine is, I think, going back to the current pandemic, Those stories have really shown that nursing and midwifery are really essential workers. And we also do this work because we are passionate about it. But how come we still struggle to convey, that value, that benefit that we bring to the nation's health and well-being in terms of pay, in terms of the, nursing salaries? Because when I compare engineering maybe to, medical profession as well as the doctors, their pay scales are way, different from ours. So how can we, maybe our leaders can help us, give us some ideas of how do we bring the value out so that we can be given, that same commensurate as others? Because as you have seen, in fact, in the current pandemic, even countries like the UK were struggling to give a pay rise to nurses, and they came up with a 1% increase. So how can we look at how we can attempt to get the governments, across the globe, not just in Uganda, to see the value that nurses and midwives play in keeping the nations healthy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Elizabeth. Any of our panelists that can be able to respond? Yes, Mrs. Pichioza Mbabali.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth, for that question. That is a question that also actually set me into doing more and more education in nursing, because I found that if I was across the line, I probably could do better. What I know and what I really feel is that we nurses must struggle just as much as we have struggled, and we are struggling to look after the patients well. We must struggle to be part of the politics of a country, because that's where essential resources are distributed, from the distribution of very, very essential resources in any country are distributed and handled by government and by politicians. And I think we nurses, in addition to doing a very good job with the patients, we definitely need to be very good politicians as well. In Uganda, we have had at least 2 nurses who dared go to parliament at one time. And when they were there, I remember one was from Kasese, and that is in the Western region. Another one was from Busoga, that's the Eastern region. And they did a good job to speak for nursing. Once we are not there, nobody is going to do much for us. That is what I think is one way we can try. I think we can keep trying in very many different ways, but that one, for me, I think is essential.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mbabali. I think I'll shorten it and say advocacy is very, very key. Advocacy is very key. As much as we do good things as nurses and midwives, we need to be able to advocate. Yes, Mrs. Mutabazi Jemima, would you like to say something? I can see you're already on.
Yes, thank you very much. I do agree with my senior, my teacher, that we need to be there in the parliament where the cake is being divided so that we get a share. My view is that education is crucial. As long as we remain on a certificate diploma, we shall not get to that table where decisions are made. Right now, I see bachelor's is at added advantage. But when it comes to directorate where they need masters, then they put in some other professions. They will be representing us. We have to follow the education line, get your master's, get your PhD, go for specialized training so that you are there when they need you. And they will have no choice but to put you there. And when you are there, you then advocate for our colleagues. We had the other virtual presentation last time at Mulago. And one of those very, very important ladies told us that you need to be there. You need to be in an influential position to lobby for others. If you are not there, they will never think of you. And I'm saying that here nurses, we are so 80% of healthcare, but we are not even known that we exist, because when it comes to awards, when it comes to scholarships, Nurses are struggling to get scholarships. But let's persist, remembering that Florence Nightingale and Scott, they were fighters, and we need to fight just as they did, because the war for nursing cannot end until we are all through. So my take is on education. Empower yourself. For example, I was never promoted. One time they called us for interview with SpaceOs, and they said, but you are going to the university. Why should we waste our card? They didn't promote us. But when you get your education, you promote yourself. You become head of department, you become a chairperson of council. The past chairpersons of councils were doctors until we got our own who had masters. So if we don't go through the education line, we are going still to be sat on and nobody will recognize it. Let us get education. As little money we have, but we have education. And when you're in that position that can lobby for your colleagues, support them. Don't jeopardize them that if they go to study, who will work. I've seen nurses working at night in the hospital and studying during the day. You can imagine during the day they are sleeping in the, and if you are not conscientious, you are going to start telling them, why are you sleeping? When they were working the whole night, no study leave. So we just have to lobby for ourselves so that we study and then we are able to reach where we want to be. Thank you very much.
Okay, excellent submissions coming in there. Thank you very much. Education and vertical progress here being emphasized. Thank you very much, our mentor, Mrs. Jemima Mutabazi. Professor Donna, your hand was up earlier on. Professor Donna.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say actually that our learning from the West is not that it's just education. Because we have many nurses in the West that have doctorates, masters, and you still have to push to get at the table. And I think a lot of this is tied up in women's work. But one of the things I'd say that I learned during the pandemic, although Elizabeth, you say they offered us 1%, the public weren't happy with that, because if anything, the pandemic demonstrated what nurses do and who actually laid their lives down on the front line to nurse patients. So it's a combination of things, because you need the education to be able to hold your own at the table. You need to be brave to actually knock on the door of those ministers. I'm sure Florence Nightingale and Cecilia Mwanga or anybody else that was here would say it's persistence, it's about having a seat at the table, it's about the art of persuasion that actually we are valued. But one of the things, even though Greta said this morning about the clapping, one of the things that we know is that although they dared to offer us 1%, we ended up with 3%. Not fantastic, but more so than the engineers did, because the public recognised the value of nursing. It's not brilliant, it's not great, and we've got a way to go. But actually, there is no one prong that we can take. It has to be multi-pronged. It has to be the fact that our patients appreciate us. It has to be the fact that we can argue and advocate and eloquently tell people what we do. And secondly, it's about pushing on those doors of health secretaries, of ministers, to also persuade them about what we do. You will recall, Elizabeth, that many of the MPs in this country backed us because they recognise the work that nurses do. And we're not there by any means. You know, it was a fight for Florence Nightingale. It was a fight for those that came before us. Our duty is to continue that fight. It is a journey.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Donna. Indeed, we have to keep on fighting. We have to keep on pushing. And also one thing that I've picked, that is there is no one straight strategy that you have to use. There are multiple strategies that we have to put into play in order for things to happen. And when we keep quiet, things will never change. So we have to be able to rise up, stand up, and advocate for actually what we need. Excellent submissions. Thank you very much, Professor Donna. Earlier on, I saw a hand from Dr. Olive Mbalinda from the Department of Nursing at the Makerere University. Dr. Mbalinda, are you still there? Dr. Scovia Mbalinda, your hand is up. Okay. Unfortunately, probably maybe they are unable to unmute their microphones. That's what I'm tending to think. Elizabeth, may you work on that, please? I have a feeling that they are unable to our participants are unable to unmute their microphones. Okay, so maybe as Elizabeth works on that, I also see a hand from Mr. Edison Mande. Could you say something?
I'm on. Thank you, Lillian, for this.
Great.
Is Dr. Scovia Mbalinda, and I've been privileged to be listening in from my teachers, and I do appreciate your submission, Mrs. Mbabali and Mrs. Mutabazi. I'm surely a product of that program that, and also Lillian is my former student, and I'm really proud the way you have taken us through this particular session. So from my experience and from what I have actually seen, Mrs. Mbabali, you did mention that when you came back from Liverpool, you were tasked to start a bachelor's program from the Ministry of Health. Who are the who consume actually the product that you produce at the university? But it was really absurd. I know we've jumped that challenge when we did, we produced quite a number of all these Bachelor of Nursing, and they were not able to be absorbed into public service. And it's not until a few years ago that they were involved, whereas the ministry sent you to start this particular program. But also, I do believe that, from my little experience, that when you look at nursing profession within Uganda, we are kind of fragmented. And what really I do believe is that if we had one voice and all of us, whether enrolled, diploma, pediatric, and all of us can come together and do have a voice, then probably we can see some strides ahead. We saw it with the Uganda Medical Association, where the group came together and they fought as a team, and that led to most of the salary increment. But what I do see in most of our nursing fraternity is that everyone wants to start their organization. It's not bad to have all these associations, but can we have an umbrella or organization so that all of us come together? And you know, like you said, we are 80%, and 80% in public health care services is quite huge. So probably then we could have a voice rather than everyone starting off their own things and everyone is fighting for their own. Probably togetherness and being together and having a voice could really take us ahead. So I do appreciate for giving me this opportunity to speak to you, and it's always nice to see you, Mrs. Mbabali and Mrs. Mutawaz.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Scovia Mbalinda, for your good submissions. I hope everyone has been able to listen in and actually has understood you. Maybe just a reminder that in Uganda right now we have what we call the Uganda Nurses and Midwives Federation, and it has come up to be able actually to have all the different associations and union feeding into that one umbrella, which is the Uganda Nurses and Midwives Federation, headed by the interim president, Mr. Cliff Aliga, the senior faculty at the Aga Khan University School of Nursing and Midwifery in Uganda. So maybe we may need to think through and if possible, ensure that we become members so that we can be able to have one target or one focus, and we can have one strong umbrella to be able to achieve what we need to achieve. So before I get other more questions, I'm just going to check into the chat area and read out maybe some of the things that members have raised. We have Sentongo Balaba, who says very true. Further education is very important, and so we need to be mindful of necessary skills like lobbying, advocacy, proposal writing, and being able to sell out yourself. And indeed, I cannot say that I'm an expert at that, but I believe that my ability to be able to further and have a master's has been able to actually put me where I am. And nevertheless, I'm not yet there. So we always have to keep pushing and moving forward. Then ZAM says, do you need to have open day to showcase what services you do as nurses? ZAM is thinking that we may need to have some open days where we can be able to showcase of our services as nurses and midwives in Uganda, and I believe internationally at large. And then we have Sister Elizabeth Namukombe, who is the chairperson of the Uganda Nurses and at the Uganda Nurses and Midwives Council. She says, thank you so much, our presenters, the panelists and moderators for today. It has been very humbling to hear the history of nursing, the stories of the different nurse leaders, our mentors that have actually moved nursing from certificate to where it is right now. And she adds on that this has just started, colleagues. Let us stay focused and not lose our dreams. Excellent submissions. And maybe Maria Nakalanda has a question. She says, what role do the custodians of the nursing profession therefore pledge to play for the juniors to make advancement possible? I'm going to request our panelists to note that down so that at the end of it all, we should be able to respond to that first. Okay, let me see if there's something very key that I need to be able to read out. Primrose says to gives appreciation to all our leaders, and she says gratitude to the organizers, then the NHCC leadership, Elizabeth Pearson and team, all the esteemed guests and panelists, and also the Florence Nightingale leadership for supporting these very important learning opportunities. It is wonderful to learn and interact with the nurses and midwives globally. Powerful presentations, very good submissions coming in. Thank you very much, everyone out there. And then another question that comes in from Yahaya Kayemba. He says, what should we do to improve nursing specialties in Uganda? Our dear panelists, please note that I'm going to give you a platform once again, and you should be able to share with us more about that. What should we do to improve the nursing specialties in Uganda? And then on this platform right now, we also have the national coordinator of the Nursing Now campaign, Sister Catherine Odeke. And she says that the Nursing Now account group is where we can plan on how we can be able to raise the profile and also build the status of the nurses and midwives, not only in Uganda, but also globally. Thank you very much, Sister Catherine Odeke, for that submission. Then Vanis Katsime says the government facilities are ill-equipped, thus affecting the relevancy of nurses. I think he is saying that in most public facilities, we have inadequate human resource, especially in terms of supplies or equipment, and that is affecting the relevancy of nurses. Imagine a patient coming to a facility and you have to tell them, go and buy gloves, go and buy normal saline, go and buy these, maybe this and this. Sometimes it loses the relevancy of our services that we do provide. And Rufina Proskovia appreciates all the panelists and modulators. Thank you very much. Let's now listen in from our panelists once again. Dr. Grace Nakate, are you there? Maybe you could talk about the nursing specialties. Dr. Grace Nakate. Okay, if she's unable to speak, let me see another panelist that can be able to maybe say more. Lisa, are you there? And Greta?
Sorry, I was talking while muted.
Oh, sorry. You can go ahead,
Yeah.
Dr. Grace Nakate.
Yeah, thank you so much for the deliberations. We see education as many of the panelists have alluded on it, that education will push us to another level. Let us go back to school. And that's when we shall be able to pull the chair at the table and let our presence be felt. Many nurses have gone to school, but at times you find that the presence is not felt. Let us implement what we've learned. If we want to be heard, if there are complaints in the health facilities and yet we've gone to school, that is one of the issues that are keeping us behind. Let us use the knowledge that we've learned to enhance patient care. Let us go into specialties. That is another area that can push us far. And let us do the best in these specialties. The population out there will see that really the nurses are really doing their best. And let us inform the public of what the nurses' role is. At times they don't know our role and they keep on complaining. We need to come out and inform the public of what we do as nurses. I think that's what I can give.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Grace Nakate, for giving in your submission. Let us take specialization, very key in nursing. If we need to get where we need to be, or if we need to reach as far as much as possible. I saw a hand from Vanis. Vanis, are you in position to speak? And if Vanis is unable to say something, let's hear from
yes.
Okay, Vanis,
there, please.
Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Please go ahead.
Hello.
Vanis, we can hear you.
This is very okay. Thank you, madam, for everything and everybody. I appreciate you. And I wanted to elude on the challenges raised by Madam Speciosa about some of the issues that have made nursing crumble. Nurses are there working as donkeys, but as I have put it, they have been made irrelevant by the systems. And as we have all said, that is important for advocating. And Madam Balinda, who has said that we must be one, I appreciate that. We have spent so many years, fragmented and fighting one another as if we are entertainment to other people. So if we come together, advocate for equipment, advocate for whatever nurses need to do their work adequately, I think we shall move a step. Secondly, we also have attitude amongst ourselves. When the nurse gets specialized, progresses, there's this issue of pulling down. It has affected nurses, and they have some of them moved out of the patient care system where they would be very resourceful. Another thing, those who have been dedicated on their jobs, they have been really frustrated by the systems. And also, as Pesoza said, that doctors, we are still looking at nurses as lower people. They have also used some nurses to really pull themselves down, pull everything down, put down any girl who comes back from school, don't recognize, disorganize the systems, the tradition of nursing which was in place, which was admirable by our historical, our seniors. So I think we need to, I think it is important that we had this seminar on the nursing leadership and even the legacy and the history, so that we reflect on what was strong then and we adopt it, or we go back and learn and we adjust accordingly so that we accommodate everybody in the system, appreciating that we are on the right track. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Vanis Katsime. If I am not mistaken, Vanis Katsime is on the leadership for the Ugandan nurses and midwives.
I think we've lost Lillian. I think we've lost Lillian. Lillian, sorry about that. The internet. So I just wanted to give, maybe at this juncture, to give Lisa and Dame Donna and Professor Greta any last words of thoughts as we close this session. Sorry, Lillian, we had lost you.
It's okay, sorry about that. Let's hear from Lisa and then Professor Greta, and then we proceed as we wind up. Thank you very much once again. Sorry about that.
Well, thank you. I'm just overwhelmed really with the fact that people from places that are so much less well resourced than the UK are here listening to my words, and I've got nothing to add really, other than how grateful I am to be part of the conference. I've been chatting online whilst listening to the last bit to some of the other trustees from the Mary Seacole Trust, and they want me to pass on their thanks for allowing us to talk about Mary today. Yes, all of us have to fight our fight in our corners and do the very best we can. But I'm very aware that I'm in a very privileged position here, sitting in the UK with very good internet, apart from anything else. And I'm just so grateful to play my small part in the conference. And thank you very much, and good luck to everybody. And let's continue to be nurses in every part of our lives, which means doing things in a kind way, but also a determined way, and never ever giving up on behalf of others to get the things that we know are needed to provide the best care possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for those kind remarks. Let's now listen from Professor Greta. Professor Greta, are you there?
I am, yes. Hi, Lillian. Again, I echo Lisa's words. I sit in awe of the words that we've heard this morning. My biggest take-home message is, for me at the foundation, is there is so much more we can do to support Ugandan nurses, both in the UK, which we're doing, but also in Uganda. And we do have some plans afoot in the foundation to start thinking about how we can do the stuff that we're doing in this country and do it overseas. So supporting nursing groups or nurses in different countries as overseas Florence Nightingale foundations. So I truly hope that Elizabeth and others, we can carry on talking and work out how we can do that, and use the association in the UK to make our greater contacts in Uganda. I think it would be a fabulous collaboration, a great partnership, and we can learn so much from Uganda. I guess I'm particularly interested in understanding more about the health system and how the foundation could support leadership development. So that would be that's from me. I'm just honestly, same as Lisa, I've just enjoyed every single minute. The joy on people's faces, despite everything that you've been through and everything that you don't have, the joy in your faces of being nurses in Uganda is absolutely makes my heart sing. So thank you very much for inviting me.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Greta, for the kind remarks. We do really appreciate and can't take the remarks for granted. Thank you once again. Okay, so now let's listen in from, as we try to wind up, let's listen from Edison Mande. Edison Mande, your hand has been up. Would you kindly speak to us?
Thank you, Lillian. Yes, Lillian, thank you so much. We are really blessed to have you there. Thank you for the nice moderation. However, I just have just two things to put across. I want to really celebrate, how to thank the mentors, all the authors, all the legends in the nursing history of Uganda. But I really, as a junior upcoming nurse within the pipeline, we really look up to this to hear the history of nursing in Uganda. Exactly, we need to know what kind of pipeline are we in, whom are we following, where are we going, okay? So it really inspires us, the young ones, to look at, oh, wow, this is how people have come, this is how far they've been, and this is where we are going. But like Miss Vanessa mentioned earlier on, when we look up our nurse heads up there, and we look where we are and where we are going, we really see the fragmentation amidst the top managers up there. Can we then unite? Can we have a speech? Can we have one voice? Even when we talk about advocacy, I don't think even the Ministry of Health or government of Uganda will take policies without involving nurses. But if you are at a policy level where you can be involved in making these policies, can you please hear out and amplify the voice of nursing out there, so that we see we are, by the nurses have studied in Uganda. Nurses are studying. The education community of it, nurses have studied. But like you mentioned, where are they? Even when they are there, can our voice be amplified up there? Can we appreciate the work done locally on the ground by the nurses, so that some of this work can be, the nurses can feel proud of what they do, other than being looked at as donkeys and, please. I would give an example. For instance, when the government of Uganda was incorporating BSN on the payroll of late, and look at the talk of degree nurse and medical, they put you for show the upcoming nurse. Like, we are in the same, we go to the same universities, at times we pay the same monies in the universities. Why would they have that kind of discrimination? And yet we have people up there sitting,
Okay. Edison, your network.
These policies
Edison,
are
your
made.
network. Thank
So
you very
we
much,
ask.
Edison Mande.
Wow.
Thank you very much,
I
Edison
think
Mande.
I've made yes.
Yes, we have had your submission, but I think the network is not doing well on your side. However, we really appreciate your submission. So we know, and we know that actually history always helps us to plan for the future, or even to shape the future. And indeed, it is a journey. Maybe we may say we are not yet there, but step by step. And in Uganda, we always say process by process. So we shall be there. Nevertheless, let's keep advocating. Let's keep joining hands together. Let's keep motivated and not give up. Actually, according to the statistics of the registered nurses and midwives at bachelor's level from the Uganda Nurses and Midwives Council, if I'm not mistaken, so far we are 2 to 4%. So we are not yet there. We need to keep advancing education, and also keep energized to be able to move forward and indeed advocate. Then we shall be able to get what we want. I can see 3 more hands as we try to wind up. Thank you very much for your good submissions. We have Alice Alum. You have 1 minute to give in your submission. Alice Alum. Elizabeth, kindly unmute Alice. Elizabeth.
Thank you very much, Lillian, for everything which has happened, the organization for this meeting. I don't have much to say, but I like to appreciate all the panelists and everybody who have been able to join in. And we really pray that as Dr. Mbabali has said, and Dr. Nakati, we are still divided. If we could only be united, I think we can really move more than any other profession, actually, because nurses, we are the majority, and really we need to join in very many things which can make us really move forward. And even the union, which has been fighting for the nurses and still is fighting for the nurses, needs the hands of all these great leaders who are there to make sure all the nurses are together, because that is the body which is now governing the nursing. So we need all these leaders, great leaders, to come together so that they see all the nurses together. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alice, for that submission. Indeed, unity is very key. I've forgotten, I don't want to go into football, but there is something that they already said, divided we fall, something like that. I'm sure that you're getting what I mean. So together we can be able to achieve what we want, and divided we fall, but never, but we shall not allow to fall, but instead we shall unite and we shall be able to move forward and get what we want, regardless or amidst the challenges. Thank you very much for your submissions. Now let's listen in from Zam. Zam, Elizabeth, kindly unmute Zam. Elizabeth, kindly unmute Zam. And after Zam, we shall have Nasuna speak, and then we shall be winding up. Zam, you have 1 minute to give in your submission. Elizabeth, I can see Zam is muted. Okay, nevertheless, I think Zam is muted. I can't be able to hear her, but I believe you're listening in, and I'm loud and clear to each and every one of you out there listening in from different areas, different countries, different continents all over the world. Thank you very much for endeavoring that you actually log in for this conference. I believe and hope that you're benefiting from the conference, and at the end of it all, you will never be the same, but you will be preaching the gospel, you'll be preaching the word, you'll be preaching the information that you have picked from this conference, from this webinar. Let the information not stop only with you, but pass on the information of positivity, of moving forward, all the information that you have picked from this webinar to even your colleagues. Okay. Okay. I can see, I think maybe Elizabeth has gotten some challenges.
No, Zam, I think Zam had her hand up. Zam, did you want to say something? Zam Viskarad, she's one of our executive members at the Ugandan Nurses and Midwives Association, UK.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Zam. Thank you.
Hello, I think I've put the hand by mistake. No, I didn't have anything to say, but I appreciate everyone and for the opportunity and all the, despite the challenges that people are facing, keep smiling, keep up the good work, and be kind to yourself, really look after yourself, because it's through looking after yourself that you could give people the care and the compassion that they deserve. And yes, that's all I had to say, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much, Zam. I think we shall not be having many other questions, but maybe to just read out what you are put in the chat area, and then we can be able to wind up. Vanis Katsime says, can we borrow a lift?
We've got, sorry, Lillian, you got Sister Benedict Nasuna at the Women's Specialist Hospital in Mulago.
Okay, her microphone was off, but if she's able to say something, that will be highly welcome. Benedict Nasuna, before I was seeing your microphone not connected and your hand is still up. Would you like to say something? She's unable to say something. Elizabeth, please kindly allow me to proceed as we wind up. Vanis Katusime says, can we borrow a lift from teachers, being the union the only mandated official mechanism to negotiate with the government and other employers on behalf of nurses? We know that we have the union, which is the labor organization. We know that we have associations that are professional bodies and entities. So ensure that as a nurse or midwife, you become a member. Then Winfred Mbabas says, thank you for organizing this meeting or webinar. It has been great. And thank you for bringing salary issues. It demoralizes nurses. They work but gets a third of what doctors and pharmacists get and get on the other scale. And anyway, let's proceed. Zam adds on that, do you think we need to identify the specialties that we need to, so that we can make it easy for nurses to know where they need to learn and or where they can be able to get them from? Anyway, then Constance says task shifting is overwhelming nurses, resulting into the high turnover. Oh my God, okay. I'm still reading out your contributions in the chat area. And then we have Elizabeth Namukombe. She said, Elizabeth Namukonge from the Uganda Nurses and Midwives Council. She says togetherness with a common understanding of what we want. In short, one mind is one of the strategies for us to be able to move forward and actually get what we want. And then I think that's what our colleagues have said. Benedicta is unable to, says she has failed to reach out, but nevertheless, she appreciates all the presenters and moderators and everyone that has logged in and been able to attend this webinar. Thank you very much. And then Kemba Mercy says, where can we get specialized nursing apart from critical care nursing? More information anyway you'll be able to get. Thank you very much for listening in, and thank you very much for joining in and for your contributions. Allow me at this juncture to hand over to Miss Elizabeth Pearson, the founder of the NHCC. Thank you very much and good evening.
Wow, thank you very much, Lillian, for moderating very beautifully. But before I speak, I see our senior, our pioneer, Mrs. Jemima. Did you have your hand up? Did you want to say something? Last words?
Yes, please. Yes, please. I have one thing to say. And I can hear the cries of our people saying we are divided and we can't move forward. People need to know that we have got a federation of nurses and midwives in place now. We should use that one. The second point is we should have a vision for nurses 2040, because the country has a vision 2040. Where is the one for nurses? Now that many nurses across the country are listening in, let's get together under the umbrella of the federation and we really develop a vision 2040, where we will say what we really want to do and focus on specialization. Lastly, one, we should be courageous. Two, we must be steadfast. Three, we must have mentorship. And the last, we must have ethical practice. If all those are not there, we will continue to be divided and will achieve very little. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth Pearson, kindly unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really, really humbling to listen to the stories that we've had today. Some of the takeaways, if you've been taking notes, my notes are to join the policymakers, so get into politics and learn the workings of politics. Leadership, all our leaders had mentors to guide them in each journey. So really privileged to have our leaders on here who have shared their stories and told us that indeed mentorship is really important. So we are so grateful for the Florence Nightingale support and for looking forward to that collaboration to build on that mentorship program from the association. We are creating champions, specialist nurses in all areas. So we're going to look at how we can build on that. We really want to pay tribute to Mary Siko. And I was sharing with our members in the Uganda Nurses and Midwives Association, UK, Lisa, that we are going to plan a visit as an association to pay our respects to her, resting place. So thank you so much. And we're sending greetings back to your board members as well. I would like to thank Bardet Trust again. If it wasn't for their support, we would probably not be having this webinar conference. I would like to thank all our speakers, Professor Greta for taking time out. I think we contacted Professor Greta way before even we knew we would have any funding, and she said a big yes. So thank you so much for honoring that invitation. I'd like to say thank you as well to Lisa Rodriguez, the Vice Chairperson of Mary Siko Trust, as well, who said yes even before we had funding in place. Mrs. Jemima Mutavazi and Mrs. Speciosa Mbabali, I would like to share a very personal story. I remember when I would go to the School of Nursing at Mulago, and it's the first time I knew about powder milk, NIDO. Mrs. Mbabali used to have it and she would give me some. So thank you so much for cheering on. Mrs. Rose Chiwanuka, thank you so much for the resilience. You really showed us resilience in this webinar, that we, even if the internet kept challenging, we had to keep going. So thank you so much. Thank you so much to Dr. Grace Nakate for those powerful message on clinical documentation, and that is how we are going to move our practice forward. Thank you so much, Dame Donna Kina. I don't know how I can say it, but if you don't know, Dame Donna was really leading the nurses here under the RCN, and she kept going to BBC during the pandemic, advocating for the nurses. So thank you so much, and the midwives. And so in closing, I'd like to share that we were hoping to have in terms of recognizing our pioneer leaders, to have an exhibition to showcase these leaders. You've only seen a glimpse of them. We have Mrs. Elizabeth Yahuka, who could not be able to join us today. We have Mrs. Miriam Walusimbi. We have Mrs. Catherine Odeke, who you'll hear from tomorrow in the panel. All these leaders have done a lot of work to shape what our fraternity is. And I like the takeaway as well that I've just got now, that the country has a vision policy for 2040. Where is the one for nurses and midwives? I would like to thank the moderators for today. Very fantastic. Behind the scenes, someone called Tim Odonkara, who started us at the very beginning. Thank you so much, Timo. Thank you, Maria Nalukanda. Thank you, Harriet Naiga. Thank you, Tim Mugera. Thank you, Martin Lubega. Thank you, Lillian Nuwabaine. Thank you so much for taking time out. I'm here at the National Health Care Conferences, the knowledge sharing platform for nurses and midwives. Our vision is to see that all nurses, regardless where you are, we can foster sharing of knowledge. Whoever you are, if you're in the UK, Malawi, Canada, let us, bring that power together and learn from each other. So we're looking forward to tomorrow. So please join in tomorrow. We've got even more powerful speakers. Dr. John Myers, who has been quietly listening in online. She's a queen nurse, so you'll get to know what that means. She'll be telling us on how to build a legacy in nursing. So hopefully we'll get some tools from her. We'll also hear from Miss Nancy Jirira. Again, she's one of the nurses who have been in the NHS for nearly 1970, so you make the math. We'll also be hearing from Miss Dorcas Guata. Miss Dorcas Guata is a powerful mentor. I don't want to spoil for her, but please tune in tomorrow and hear from her. We'll also have our Commissioner, Health and Education and Training, Dr. Safina Musene, who is now also chair of the think tank. So if you've not heard of the think tank, please join in tomorrow and hear from her. And Miss Catherine Odeke, who moved the Nursing Now campaign from scratch over the last 3 years. Thank you so much, Miss Catherine. We'll also have Mr. Cliff Aliga, whom you had earlier, again in the panel discussions, plus all the speakers for tomorrow, and Dr. Rose Clark Nanyonga, who is the patron for our shared platform. So thank you very much, everyone. I hope you took out some skills. I hope you took out some competencies. I hope you were able to network as much as possible. And we're looking forward to tomorrow. At the end, Tim is going to help play us our anthem. Until we meet again tomorrow, please take care. But before I do that, I want to shout out to all the regional referral hospitals that are tuned in. We are using clusters as our tools to take this useful information right down to the sites, to the on-site. We have Iganga, well done, Joel, and yes, Iganga, well done. We have Masaka, we have Fort Portal. Hi, Gladys, I can see you, you're on camera. We've got Hoima, hello. We've got Imbarara, we've got Arua, we've got Mbale, we've got Mulago, we've got Lira, we've also got Budavika, and for the first time, we have our military colleagues from Bombo joining us. That shows you the diversity we have in nursing. I'm going to hand over to our strategic lead advisor, Tim Mugera, to close us off, but please take care. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you so much, Madam Elizabeth. And thank you so much, everybody. It's been such a powerful, impactful day. We've learned a lot from all the distinguished leaders and all the distinguished guests that have spoken to us today. Can I just offer a very quick word of thanks to our Lord God for this precious moment we've had. Lord God, we thank you for all the guests that have spoken to us today. Thank you so much for all the selfless nurses and midwives who are working to save lives. Lord God, we thank you, we glorify your name, we exalt your mighty name, and may we have a very impactful and learning day tomorrow on our second day. Thank you, Lord God. Keep everyone safe. We praise you and glorify your mighty name. Amen. Thank you, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
Okay. We have been chosen.
We have been chosen.
Chosen by God.
Chosen by God.
Chosen to be nurses.
Chosen to be nurses. Our holy people. To love and serve. We have been chosen. We have been chosen. Chosen by God. Chosen by God. Chosen to be nurses. Chosen to be nurses. Our holy people. To love and serve. Come on, nurses, to the God of true salvation, to the Spirit that makes our lives new. Come on, nurses, to love and serve. We have been chosen. We have been chosen. Chosen by God. Chosen by God. Chosen to be midwives. Chosen to be midwives. Our holy people. To love and serve. We have been chosen. We have been chosen. Chosen by God. Chosen by God. Chosen to be midwives. Chosen to be midwives. Our holy people. To love and serve. Come on, midwives, to the God of true salvation, to the Spirit that makes our lives new. Come on, midwives, to love and serve. We have been chosen. We have been chosen. Chosen by God. Chosen by God. Chosen to be nurses. Chosen to be nurses. Our holy people. To love and serve.
Wow, beautiful anthem. So we have been chosen to serve. And I would not end this without mentioning Primrose Magala. Primrose Magala is my mentor. When I shared with her an idea, she's the one person who said, yes, you can do it. So she's my very first mentor on this journey. Thank you so much. She's probably behind the scenes somewhere, probably at work. Oh, there she is. There she is. There she is. Amazing, amazing, beautiful lady, very inspiring. Whatever you give her, she says, yes, you can do it like this. I'll help you, I'll support you. She's like, no, you can do it. No, you can do it. She does not say anything negative. So we need more of those in our midst. So thank you so much, Primrose. I would not end without mentioning your name. So please carry on the good work and may God continue to bless you. So we can, if you want to stay and, network with some people, please feel free to do that. We'll leave the link open for another 15 minutes. But if you have to go, we appreciate that. So thank you very much. Thank you, team. Thank you, Sister Benedicta. Thank you, Madam Catherine. Looking forward to hearing you tomorrow. Thank you, Harriet. Great moderating. Thank you, Dr. Scovia. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth and the team for the organization.
Thank you, Madam Nancy. Looking forward to hearing from you tomorrow.